Hey there. This is going to be a coaching session where we're going to review Cobeck's Nocturne RTA PB. It's around the 50-minute mark, which is pretty good. World record is a high 42, so there's still a bit of margin, but Cobeck is fairly new to the game, has been playing Ship of Arcanian for around a year, and it was mostly no logic, so he has been used to learning a few tricks here and there. And it's been around 3 months that Cobeck is doing speedrun, starting with Nocturne RTA, which by the way is a very good choice. And we are going to now check out what would be the options for him to improve. He is kind of at a crossroad. I will explain this during the coaching, but this kind of PB for a newish player is usually when we start losing a little bit of interest. We have a little bit of a I'm lost feeling. What should I work on? And it's very classic for players to putting efforts into very difficult things when there's a ton of other more fun options to keep the runs more active and less infuriating. So we're going to try to do something like this. I'm going to provide different kinds of advice. Some of the advice are going to be just something that does not need any practice. It's just a knowledge check. So you just need to know this, and you don't even need to practice it really. It's just next time you'll do that and it's going to change absolutely nothing. So that's the easiest. The other thing is when it requires a little bit of labbing, but it's not something too mechanical. So in this case, it means that it would be a good thing to spend somewhere like 10-15 minutes in the practice room trying out a few things about what we're going to be talking about, but then you don't need to refresh this every day or every week or every month. It's just a one-time thing. When it starts fucking up, you can go back, but it should be a one-time thing. And the third kind of stuff that we're going to be seeing is the kind of thing that will take a little bit longer, and in which we're going to ask the player to be a little patient. And that is why in this coaching session, I will also be building a practice plan. If you haven't seen my streams, I always start the stream with around an hour and a half of practice, and I have a list of things with how much time I'm going to allocate to each trick, and it's just doing something on loop for X amount of minutes. So that's the three main points that we're going to try to differentiate when we are criticizing the run. Is it something you need to put in the practice plan? Is it something you just need a little lab on? Or is it something that you just need to hear it from me and then you're done? Okay, so no panicking. There is no massive effort to be done, and it's not going to be incredibly precise things. The main goal is to give motivation and to show that it is still very achievable, even though it's a very good PB for Cobeck's current level. There's a lot of things that went very well, and we will congratulate when this happens. Little bit of break right now that I will probably edit out because I need to get my notes out. So I built a few notes, and I'm gonna have my notes where probably here. Yeah, here's a good place to have my notes. Okay, let's get started. We're gonna play the run, and we'll just pause when we have something to talk about. So if I remember correctly, the sound is extremely low. Okay, so the movement in Leg's house, this is also what I do. Trying to be faster there, we'll say what, a frame or two. So really no need to worry too much about here. Here I can already see that the capture that I have made is a little too cropped out. I would love to also show the input viewer. So let's try to do this. It's gonna look a little awkward, but let's try to do this. how could I potentially do this? Okay, never mind. We're not showing the input viewer. We're not showing the input viewer. Bad idea. We're going back to watching. This, and this. Okay. So what I wanted to show you guys is that Cobeck is holding left. He's holding left. Do a second capture for the input viewer over your own capture. Okay. Capture a window. New window capture. Cobeck. And then only the input viewer, we said? Only the input viewer. And I put it somewhere over there. All right, so this is Cobeck's input viewer. You can see that he's holding left. And here is a little bit of a fiasco. I do not believe that most escapes go like this, but I'm gonna look once again. Okay, so what it looks like to me is that you're just targeting late. I'll give you my little tip. If you mash this, you see like there's a cycle of the hand that is going back and forth. And basically when it's gonna come back completely towards Sarya, then it's gonna be time to boom. You see, it was on the second one. All right, so this is going to be something pretty easy to improve. You don't really need to practice it all that much. And then here, I wonder if you usually go for the roll and fuck the side hop, or if you try to do the side hop. If you want to do the side hop, I'll give you a quick tip. So in here, you want to direct link a little more to the left to make sure that you don't get the small step that you're gonna get here. You see that little step that made you grounded? That kind of sucks. And when you touch, because it's gonna make you touch ground further forward, that's the issue. But if you were to touch ground without touching the platform, then you kind of mash a roll that is really quick. And if you mash a roll kind of quickly with the camera a little more to the left, because we're aiming for that red spot, then link will go directly to that red spot. The roll is going to be basically the correct distance. If it's not the correct distance, during the roll, you can release the joystick and then you can do your side hop. I would like to note that at a level for a 50 minutes and with a full-time job, this is not a priority at all. This is not at all a priority. And I believe that just rolling straight forward doesn't lose all that much. Okay? It could be something that you try to time. Like you start by, you know, like having a safe state that is during the last jump, like a good last jump with a good camera angle. You put a safe state and then you check the frame counter entering the shop with just rolling forward, and then you try to beat it with the side hop just to realize, like, is that an effort that you want to put into the game or is that not? In my eyes, this is not a priority. You shouldn't worry too much about this side hop. I don't believe it saves much at all. So yeah, let's just let's skip on this real quick. When I saw you rolling into the text, I was like, yeah, that's pretty smart. Okay, your shop was extremely good. I don't know how you went to the stick that fast, but I think I'm slower than this. And the equip is a very good speed, so no worries. And now here, the camera is what fucked you. It's not really your fault that you splooshed. It's just that it was hardly possible for you to not sploosh. because of there is one huge tip on this thing, and your first roll is perfect, your second roll is perfect, but your second roll, which roll is it that I target on? Let me go to the practice run. I'll quickly try to show you, but this is the most important thing. So let's take a second and just try to show you on this. So if I go to something that has the child section, Kokiri shop. Okay, so don't do the jump slash, but you see it's one roll target, one roll target. Okay, so that's what you want to mimic. You want to mimic the target patterns. It's really weird to say that, like you're gonna think I'm crazy, but it changes everything. It changes everything. Like honestly, it's knowing your target patterns, especially for this movement, changes the whole movement. It's really, really crazy. So what would I recommend without jump slash? Yeah, without jump slash, it should be like a 4 or 5 pattern. Like just do one more roll than you would with the jump slash, then climb here, and then 5 rolls so that you can do a nice curve out there. Now let's see what you did. Where's the window? It's right there. Isn't there a way I could boost the volume of Cobeck somehow? No. And your volume is extremely low. So the roll, so I'm gonna be a bitch on the roll pattern just because it's so early in the run, but 1, and then that was extremely awkward. So here you do a first good roll. Your joystick is, you know, like pointing where Link is going, and you notice that you're going too far left, but right now I would just not touch the camera at all and just move on to the other stuff. You can't hear him at all. Yeah, I'm gonna give you guys plus 10 dB on the game feeds. Okay, but no big deal. Then you're doing side hops here, and that's not too bad. But there's only one thing that I'd like to criticize here, and it's something that we're going to see a few times. I'm sorry, in the during the run, and it's something that once you hear about it, you'll start seeing it more and more, and you'll start correcting it just intuitively. Even if you don't think about it, like now that you heard about it, your body will correct that kind of stuff by itself. So you want to go right there, right over there, and you're here. If you were to do a straight line there, imagine that straight line. You don't want to stray away from the straight line too much. And now let's see, you see how far left you went? The line is still there. The line is still there. And now on this roll, you're not completely correcting, you're still angling over there instead of over there. So your line is once again wrong. And then you do another one here, and then you wait to be on the wood to do the last roll, which is good. If you are scared of the sign, which is completely normal, on the normal roll pattern, after this roll, you would be around there and you would just walk until you're on the wood and do the last roll. You're scared of the sign? Yeah. It's gonna be you turning to correct the camera. God knows. Oh yeah, I didn't think of it being like relying on notch angles. For movement, I know Axel relies a lot on notch angles for movement. I don't. I just look at the screen and I try to picture where I want to go, and somehow it goes there. And I encourage everyone to do that. Just trust yourself. Just look at the game and have a clear image of what kind of line you want to go for, and it will be nice. Another thing that we're gonna see quite a bit is, so let's see the roll rhythm. So if we were to put on the practice run, you probably did perfect rolls here, which is nice, don't get me wrong, but it is difficult to keep good lines with perfect rolls. So I hope it's not arrogant to say at your level, but at your level, I would chill on the rolls, okay? I would still do rolls, like don't be running 100 meters without rolling, but overall, we will see throughout the run that it seems a little stressful for you to input rolls quickly, you know, and you can totally relax on such thing. It is important if you go straight, but as soon as it's turny, it doesn't matter all that much because there's only a certain amount of rolls that you can input there and here and there. So just take your time and relax on the rolls. That is going to be my first big thing, and that is going to come over and over. Now, right here, at the beginning of Lost Woods, we're doing this setup where we hold upright and then we time a roll to get an angle. You're doing it very good, but as you can see, this is what, 7th frame of the roll out of 12, and you're already on full down. So what it's gonna do is that you're gonna turn around and you're not yet even on the wood. Try to push this roll a little further. It's really not important, but this is something that strikes me, is that your roll has been hyper slow here. So just push your roll with up, and then once link stands up, down plus target, so that you're gonna gain like an entire meter, which is gonna be like 3-5 frames. And this is not even something you need to practice. This is just like, now that you heard it, you'll do it next time, and it's no changes to what you do. So it's hard to notice, but like for me, since I do the same movement every day, then I get a feeling of like, oh, something feels off. And then I watch a little closer and I'm like, yeah, the roll is not going far enough. Right now, it feels like you could not even bonk because you don't even go far enough. You should bonk if you're 1 frame late, okay? And then you're doing the movement. The side hops are not very good, but honestly, who cares? Not me. And I really liked how you skipped the second roll to make sure that you have the correct angle targeted. You were too close for a second roll by the time you target. So no bonk, just humbly take time to run to the stuff, and then very good escape with target released indeed. So that was sick. Honestly, good work on the escape. That last part of Lost Wood definitely looks like it has a lot of work being put in, but I have seen attempts, and I think escapes are usually slightly high. So I'm going to put an exercise. Your first 5 minutes of the practice plan is going to be is going to be to practice from the turnaround. So what do I mean to practice from the turnaround? It's a safe state that would be around here, and that is already in the back wall. So you hold target and down, and then you reload your safe states, and then what you have to do is turn around, go to the wall, boom, 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 boom. And you do that for 5 minutes. This should make, you know, like an automated escape. Like no matter what, if you get there, it's gonna be a lot of first try escapes, no matter how much you fucked up in Kokiri Forest, because it's really hard to do fast, and no matter what happened in Lost Woods because you pushed your roll against a wall. So no big deal, but I think the crucial part is between here and the rest. Let's watch it again. You did it pretty good. Very nice. Okay. What's up, Josh? Yeah, it's VOD review. It's been so long. Here is going to be a textbook example of this is well practiced. No touching the camera. Perfect angle for this thing. Exact same amount of rolls as I do, which obviously is perfect. And so very, very good. It gives you that second roll, third roll, gives the jump, pulling out the stick for style points. And we're doing pretty good. Here we're taking a slide diagonals. All right, very nice. And then we're gonna cut this corner to get the nice boost. And here we're getting out with 1, 2, 3. That's okay. If I really wanted to be a bitch, where is the closest part of the load here? It's here, close to the wall, usually. It's not exactly perpendicular to where you are. It doesn't overly matter, but after this roll, you see that angle is going like over there, and it seems like you're correcting it towards up, and the loading zone is closer here than there. So the more left you go, the further it is. So just a logic angle here would have been to go a little more there. You see there's a little bit of space. It doesn't matter too much. Honestly, that's no big deal. Don't lab that, okay? Don't take time to lab that. I think I bonked once and now you're traumatized. Okay, don't be traumatized, okay? Bonks happen, but there is room to be safe here without going as close as to bonking. Where's the whiteboard at? We need draw lines like a sports play-by-play. When necessary, we'll do a screen capture and then we can draw on it. Okay, that was a very quick taking angle. I do a roll. I think what you do is a little faster. So hell yeah, keep at it for sure. That's really nice. And then here on the last few frames, do you see? So I think you turn around very late. You're extremely confident that you're not bonking into the middle. I think I turn around earlier than that, just to double check, and then I can re-angle a little bit. So take that safety. If you're confident, then sure, go for this. But we're going to discuss a couple of other things. So right there where my mouse is hovering is the cut, and then it starts going down. With the angle that you took, which is the same as what I do, then Yeah, there's left and right, but the safe thing to do is one roll from the brake and then side hop immediately. And here, what we've seen is running past the brake, then one full roll, and then running more. So this is a classic case of I'm not sure. So what you want to do is go there and have the speed watch. Okay? And you grab an angle that is in the middle of the cue that you usually take and have your speed watch. Once you have that angle, you go to the brake, save state, and then try like which distance gives what speed for the fouet. And you will see that you do not need to go that far down. Going that far down would mean that your angle is way more left. There's a logic about if your angle is much more right, then you jump from higher up. And if your angle is way more left, then you jump from lower down. This can be explained. If you represent it in your head, it'll make sense. And you'll see that one roll from the brake is a good do everything. As long as I skip the owl. Well, skipping the owl is a given here, and like doing one roll or running more is not it's not gonna change all that much. So let's be careful about that. You could have released target one more time. And then that's very good. That's very good. So honestly, so far, very, very good. River and the escape are of a very good level, but you will see that you can gain a lot of time by just, cleaning out those little things like a couple roll here and there in Kokiri Forest, and rolling once less in Hyrule Field, and that's gonna save like 2 seconds already. So that is gonna be really, really nice. But okay, now another thing that we're going to see throughout the run and that I would like to address is that here your joystick is full up. Is it because of the camera angle that now is here? But you should be aware that when you gain control, your camera angle is here. And fully straight is not at all the angle that you want. You want a little more to the left. Okay? So always try during this load to have your joystick angle out of the notch, a little bit on the left. And if you get a good target here, you'll get immediately the correct angle for the backwalk. And the more left you are to get that angle, the more you'll like scratch the walls and stays really close, which will make the first throw more efficient. But just in general, what I want to say outside of Coco's is like, try to think of, would it be good to hold a certain angle for the start of the area? Yeah, the initial one can set up the backwalk. You'll figure it out, because you would be, you see, like your line would be here, and it's this line. It's the same line that we backwalk from bottom of the well to out of CAC. And if you're lucky enough to have the Kuko in the middle of that path, you're just rolling straight, grabbing and turning around, and that is godlike. So you want to play for the win, you want to play for that thing. Right now, we're too far to the right, and now we're going to do a big left, which is going to swing our camera, and we're going to feel a little fucked. So our camera is super swung here, and that's a good adjustment. Now, first Kuko, you could honestly turn around. Not turning around is what Josh slaps my ass for, and I end up doing it. But if you don't turn around, then you want to make sure, so the wall is a little further over there, okay? And right now you're throwing the Kuko in the middle. That is a big issue, because if you think about it, what you want is the Kuko to run across the wall and then take a left. So you want this Kuko to be as left as possible, like going to the wall and scratching the wall for as long as possible, right? I golded this split, by the way. Yeah, sorry. So this one, there's a yellow patch. Do we see the yellow patch? You see that yellow patch on the very left? That yellow patch touches the wall. That is what you want to aim. And I would say take your time, okay? This throw can give you good RNG, which is what is going to happen, but the probability is lower. So throwing the Kuko here will lose a little bit of time, but will give you consistency. And that's, you know, like, you want to not be infuriated. I was much happier spending more time on this throw. Yeah, it's like when you start trying to YOLO it and throw super fast, shit hits the fan. Because right here, you see, like, this is basically the height that you threw the Kuko when it could be this. And your movement here, being so close to the wall, the Kuko is basically like a couple units to your right over there. And it's not going to be pushed that much towards the wall. So that is the issue we want to correct there. And this was nice. What a great strat. Once again, well, this one is not easy to do, but check the line. Your first roll was really good. Maybe it would be a decent idea to target it. I don't know, but the line is there. And you should see the line like from where Link is. Now your line is there. You see the line? Imagine the line. And once again, we're not really going to the line. Now we have a line like that. So instead of having a line that was here, we've been doing like a little circle here. It's not that bad, but it's not a huge effort to correct. It's just something like, once I told you, you don't have to do anything. So don't stress that out. I'll just tell you where I saw it. Then here is an awkward moment. Here's also like, you know where the pillar is, right? The pillar is in this line. And it seems like you want to go to the middle of the stair to avoid the jumping because you don't know how to deal with the jumping. But because of this, you're going to have a flight that is very awkward. So it's true that not flipping the camera is going to save you a frame or two. That's true. But here, look how much we're going to lose in terms of line. We landed here. We want to land here. So we've added like 3 meters, and it's going to be 3 meters of Link's walking speed. Yeah. You're bad at dealing with that. So turn around, flip the camera. Flip the camera, and if it jumps, it jumps. The trick for when it jumps is like you try to go really close to this, and as soon as you're against this, it's almost full left. And you want to be holding full left against the watchtower before you get out of it, so that you build leftward momentum, and when the watchtower frees Link, then Link is gonna pop to the left, which will ensure that you land on the roof. That's how the jumpy staircase works. Rosewater gave me that tip a long time ago. Okay, then this is cool. This is cool. This is cool. This is situational, but we've discussed it, and you know which situation to go for. Now, here I would flip the camera. I would flip the camera here, because right now you don't know where the other cuckoos are, and where you want to throw this one depends on where the other ones are. And then while you go to throw this one, you can start taking decisions. Which one do I go grab first? Which one is the one that is going to be moving the sooner? So which one is going to be the one that stops moving the sooner? So there is decision making time here before throwing the big batch, and throwing the big batch is the important part of the cuckoo. So I would gather more info here. As it stands here, this is a fine position to throw the cuckoos. I encourage anyone that is trying to improve on cuckoos to double check how far you can be, and you can stand around here or even around here and throw towards the wall if your cuckoos are very far away, which will make Link closer to the cuckoos, throw further, so your back and forth will not be as bad. Sometimes you have people that go up to the gate to throw the cuckoo, and then they walk 5 meters to go pick another one when they could have picked, throw, pick, throw, pick, throw. You just have to know, like, where is the limit of you throwing the cuckoo inside the pen, or in this case, for this first batch, all you care is that it lands at least on the fence. And that is a godlike thing. And now I'm so mad that you're rolling around Anju. It kills me deep inside. That is to me, this is one of the biggest mistakes of the run. It is one of the biggest mistakes of the run. Anju is always positioned at the same place and will always talk to you if you press A around the same areas. She does have a 10-mile radius of yapping, but it's consistent. And if it's consistent, as a speedrunner that knows the game, then you gotta know. What's up, T? So right now, when you throw the cuckoos from here, you could have squeezed in 2 rolls, but even though if you just do one, do just one, and then watch the B button. The B button will say speak, and as soon as it flips, then you know you can press A again. Okay? You go save before, don't try to roll a millimeter before the yapping area, and then once you're in the area, you watch the button, and when it flips, you can go for the next cuckoo. What is also going to be good is that you're not gonna fuck around the camera and have the camera go shifty right and left. You're gonna keep it somehow not too far from cardinals. And then here, I'd like to note that we will not see the carpenter here. We barely saw him for 1 frame. So that's what we call a no dude. And a no dude, for me, is gold pace. So this was an extremely good set of cuckoos. This was very good. All right. So I do not want Cobeck to lab the cuckoos. I do not want you to put any single minute of practice into the cuckoos. Okay. I'm just yapping. And you do not need to work on the cuckoos. There's a few decision making that you could make your life simpler about. That's all that there is to change. I don't know about rolling here, by the way. I don't know. I think you're risking a grab. I would just run. Torje, you know more about rolls, but like such a short roll is not going to be worth it, right? Especially from standstill, you're going to like repeat a very slow frame and then jump immediately before gaining momentum. So I wouldn't roll, which is going to be more simple overall. Here you tap target twice. The first one, okay. The second one, debatable. Okay? Because if you tap target too close to doing the stairs, then it fucks around with the camera. But here your camera was fucked because of the jump, so no big deal. And your throw here is very left, but that's fine. Now here, look at the joystick. When you climb, no matter where you climb, your joystick is straight up. Straight up. It can lose a frame randomly. Okay. At that distance, it's probably even at best. Cool. So just not rolling, more relaxing, perfect. Now on this, no matter where you climb, even if you climb here, you roll straight forward. And worst case, if you climb here, you'll jump, hold slightly up left, which will put you back there. And with the same up left, you can do the next jump. So jumping here is no big deal. But instead, you're going to do that insanely scary roll here. Like, I am terrified by this. I don't know, like, man, it's crazy. I don't know how you didn't walk off. Like, oh. And then that's the reason why, like, since you have a weird angle, your camera has a weird angle, and then it becomes awkward to do a correct jump. To do this and climbing this ladder, you're gonna climb this ladder like 4 or 5 steps more than the average. That is a big time loss. So just simplify, first roll straight, and then during the roll that is straight, because you're locked into that direction, then you can try to, you know, like wiggly your joystick into the angle that you expect to be the correct one for jumping. Jumping towards the ladder is difficult. If you fuck it up, if you get bad jumps, don't hate yourself. It's completely normal, okay? I get bad jumps. I recently started to get better jumps, and I used to watch Zudu and Lozuts and not understand how they grab so high, and it takes time. So don't worry about that. Don't work on it. It's not worth it. Just keep it in mind when it fucks up, like no big deal. All right? Don't hate yourself on that. Insane RNG. Insane RNG. And here you're gonna do something that is very classic. You're gonna do what I call a blind roll here. A blind roll is very dangerous. For me, a blind roll is very dangerous because and I think this is going to be a good moment for a screen capture. Then I'm gonna bring you guys here with me. Okay, so your Coco is here, right? And it's gonna hop a few times before it starts running. It's basically going to start running once you throw the first one and then you have a couple steps left, okay? Now, there is a chance that one of your cuckoos is going to be over there towards the wall, okay? And blind rolling will not give you that estimation. So if there's a cuckoo here, what's going to happen? You're going to come around here, grab this cuckoo, throw it here, then this one is going to start running, and while it starts running, you're going to go there, which is going to make the cuckoo go there, and you're going to risk the cuckoo not making it past this corner because of how you're going to have this thing done. Then you're going to realize that, so you're going to rush your ass over there and trying to push this cuckoo towards this place. And this is going to give you basically not really the effect that you want, because this one is still going to go to the wall. So you have another option, which is going even further to try to push this one towards the corner, and it will not make it because this, and this was too long. So what is going to happen in exchange is that this motherfucker is going to try to go to the graveyard. So by doing the blind roll, you're putting yourself at risk for awkward situations. They will not happen every time, so that's why people keep doing blind rolls and be like, no, what I do is fine, I got a great gold. Fuck you. That doesn't mean that it's the correct decision. We're trying to get decisions that give you consistently good results at doing stuff. So what we want to do instead is, instead of blind rolling, and that's what I started doing recently, and it's given really nice stuff, is like right here.
Blind rolls.
Yorko, thank you so much. Hi. So here, no blind roll. When you drop this Kuko, if there isn't a Kuko right there, which is the optimal thing, here you tap target. You tap target. If you see a Kuko towards the wall over there, you run to it, and it's the first one. Okay? Then you throw it around there and quickly run back to like having the line of this. There's always going to be a Kuko near the well. So you get back to this as it starts moving, and you'll be back into a normal cycle. So here I would say no blind roll, and hopefully by the way, this is your biggest time loss, not picking up the Kuko here, sadly. It's usually the biggest time loss. For those who do not know, I'm gonna expand my science a little bit. Here, this first Kuko has been dropped. This first Kuko, we don't really care about him for speeds. What is the speed of that last batch determined by? It's determined by the start of the run of the second you throw. How so? Because here, you gotta wait for him. So this guy, what's up, Zelkid? This guy is the determinant factor to your last batch being fast. So what you want to do after the big flight, after this thing, you want to throw a Kuko as fast as possible. Where is someone? You want to throw as fast as possible. The entire speed of your last batch depends on it. And that's why I'm so happy when there's a Kuko that is hanging out there, because you land, grab, throw, and that is so fast. That is so fast. So here, when you grab one, it's nice to have a queue. For me, it's this thing. As long as I'm anywhere on this thing, I throw. And you're gonna like walk all the way past it. So you could have thrown a little earlier. And you did not need to walk left or stuff like that. Like your line was there, and there was no issue about the line, so it would have been fine. And yeah. Anyway. So that was just a tiny bit of an interlude, but overall, Cobeck, your Kukos are very good. The advices I'm giving you here are very advanced and not worth your time at all. So don't work on the Kukos. Nice gold. What's your gold, by the way? Oh, it's a 210. That's very good. Yeah, 210 is very good. But as you can see, you have margin. You have margin. You can get 208. You can get 207. It will rely on RNG, obviously. But yeah, it is possible. Marco's gold is a 204. He's fast. He's really fast. What's up, Colin? Did I say hello? Hello. Yeah, 204 is crazy. But it's really good, and he's doing those inverted camera backwalks, which are very, very speedy. Okay. Now here, you have this awkward moment where you don't roll because I think you're scared of bonking this, which I understand. From what? From load touch? From white fade out. Yeah, from white fade out. I have 25% bonk on that wall. Yeah, me too. But the thing is, look at the roll pattern that shows here. 1, 2, 3, and then a lot of running. That lot of running is because you were scared to bonk. Can't you sub 2, or am I crazy? Maybe with sword or with nuts, yeah, for sure. Without those, complex. Zudu used to sub 2 with nuts. After I find the faster nut things. Yeah, it's insane. But the thing is, Zudu and Lozuds have been grinding any percent N64, which had Kukos, and it's hard to see, but if you put it side by side with one's own Kuko collection, it hurts. It hurts a whole lot. But yeah, let's move on to this. Here, there's something I'd like to give you as a tip. So first off, jumping with this angle would be fine. You do not need to target. It would be nice to have an angle that is more over there, because this plank right there is where the entrance is, bottom of the well. Like once you dive, it's going to be over there. So it's nice to not dive completely on the left. So I understand why you would target here while climbing. There was something that I was doing before doing the side hop jump slash that I do now, which was very shameful. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. And it was I was doing 2 rolls kind of close to the wall, so slightly to left of the correct angle. So we want to go there. So I was fucking up my line for 2 rolls so that the 2 next ones, so you see, I would be around there, so that the next rolls will give me also the camera angle. No, now? Is it an emote I should have somehow, Torje? Just ship me a link. Okay, here, I labbed this like 2 days ago, but you see those characters are pretty easy to remember. Those 2 last one, this one is pretty cool. And then starts the blue. Once you arrive on the last one, you can mash, and it will give you like the cool roll without falling. For you cancel that navitext way too late. Oh, all right. You canceled the navitext too late. I'm gonna say way too late just to make it more dramatic, but you canceled it a little too late, which has you swimming. And then here you're pressing B. Be aware that if you're underwater, under the surface, if the surface is here, I'm under the surface here, you can mash A and it swims just like B on the surface. And what it's going to do is that it's going to give you the quickest roll possible, which is what you want in this situation. Okay? So there's that. Yeah, you can mash A after corpse push too. You'll see it's pretty cool. And that kind of time save of just knowing where to mash, it feels good. It's really low effort. You check it really quickly and then you have it forever. You know what I mean? And so far, everything that we've seen is like, so we've not even seen something that I'd like you to work on besides like the FWES, like lab for a couple minutes, like how far you want to be, and you know, like fool around a little bit with the FWES. But that's the one thing that we've seen so far. And something like this, like just cutting the navi text, is like, you try it 3 times in the practice run and you look at the number at which you enter fool around with the FWES, and then, you know, like you're gonna be like, okay, that's where I want to mash, and then you don't need to practice it every day at all. Like, no need at all. No need to do the side hop jump slash to enter the well. Very bad idea, very frustrating. If you're not, you know, like, you have a full-time job, you have a family, you have Alfie, so we're trying to get quick rewards, low investment, and trying to free some time for fun times in runs, especially because runs is where chat usually gets active, the streaming becomes funny, and, you know, like it just makes everything enjoyable. So that's what we're aiming for. If you guys don't know, Alfie is Cobeck's dog, as seen in the chat room. All right, bottom of the hell. Did you release the joystick because you were scared of bonking? You kind of did, yeah. So if you're scared of bonking, just do a single roll. But if you want, I'll give you my cue. My cue is the swing of Link's left arm. So when it loads, it does something like this. And then when it's at the back here, then you press. When it's at the back. Oh, it's the other arm. It's this one. Okay, when it's at the back, boom. This is gonna be when you gain control. And this is when you want to input your first roll so that you have enough space to do 2 rolls. It's a good thing to enjoy this cue because it's the same cue to do the gain control of the back walk that is afterwards. By the way, if you notice that you enter without full speed, then after the void, you will also spawn without full speed. Voiding will give you the exact same entrance as the way you enter in bottom of the well. What's up, Slaps? Hello, hello. Man, what a damn good Andy emote. Hell yeah. Let's get to bottom of the wells. The who hells? Oh, you were just mashing? Yeah, I guess just mashing is a good option. Incredibly fast readjustment. That was godlike. Perfect pause here. Perfect pause here. We're 1 early. Getting it in 1 pause. And going safe here. Before we move to the rest, this is honestly, for a 5008, this is too fast. This is too fast. You getting 1 pauses is insane. It's too dangerous. You know what I mean? It's really good, but it's what I work on. It's not what you're supposed to work on. I've been farming this shit full time for 5 years. I'm not playing for 6 months and trying to get 1 pauses. Getting 1 pauses here is the least of your worries. Getting this trick will basically grant you the Master Sword. Okay? So the focus on this trick is making it happen. That's why I was really happy to see that you paused 1 frame before getting this one. On this one, you paused 1 early, which is good. Okay, this should be your target. Your target should be to pause 1 early, so that if by accident you pause one late, you're still on the first workable frame and this is your lucky day. But do not try to speed up corpse push. I think this would be in your case, you know, after getting a good PB like that, I think a lot of people would get lost in practicing bottom of the well and then quit the game. It's a very awkward kink to try to optimize your pausing patterns. I enjoy it, but it took me time to enjoy it. So don't worry about it. It is not your priority. And to other people that might be in the same situation, do not try to quicken tricks like that. Make sure they happen. What you want is this trick to just happen. You're like, let me see what I wrote down. What did I write down in here? Choose. I said very good buffers. 3 extra pause. We're aiming around 5 extra pause consistently. You know, if you get under 5 consistently for extra pauses, we're still Gucci. If you get a 7 extra pause, we're fine. Nobody cares. We like, this is not threatening the run whatsoever. So it's really, really, really good. And right now you've put in, I would say, too much work on this trick, but I understand why you did that, and I think it's great. And all of your buffers are passing to the next frame. It's really good. Okay, and safely going there. Just a little trajectory thing. You should try to recognize, like, you basically know when it's gonna jump, right? And like, you know, it's not right now. So you could, especially once you're high up like this, you can angle a little more to the left. If by any chance, so you could have angled earlier, by the way. If by any chance you're too high up, you'll get an auto roll. You know, like when you hold up and it just automatically rolls on landing. If you get an auto roll, then it's very easy to release the joystick during the end of the auto roll and you'll be exactly in front of the chest. It's not fast, it's just very convenient. So don't hesitate when you're high up to just like try to aim a little more towards your stuff. I find it awkward that you just go straight up, you know, like we're landing and we're still here, and then since we're landing in a new room with a joystick, like a strong joystick input, like you're landing here with full up left. And so the camera is like boom, boom, boom. It doesn't know where to go. There's a wall on its left, a wall behind. So it's really difficult for the camera. And you see how like that up left is gonna have you go to weird shit places. So that's also an issue, a slight issue, but no big deal. It's very nice. Now here you didn't target the chest. Just in terms of when you guys take your decisions, so this could be your decision to just never target here, and it's perfectly fine. You'll have a different lap to do for after. But every time there's a small chest, you can always decide, do I target before opening? And you can just target open and it will realign the camera to the chest, or do you want the camera angle that you're coming in with and then you do not target and you're in the situation such as Cobeck's? That makes a difference for example, this, you see, like I have a movement for this thing that gives me a side hop, but it gives me a side hop because when I do this, the chest is perfectly behind me, and since I targeted it, it's always exactly the same position, exactly the same angle, exactly the same camera angle, and I do a up side hop, and then during the side hop I hold up left, which makes me grab always at the same place, which allows me to have the quick regrab safety always at the same place on top of the vines. It's not the absolute fastest option. You can see the fastest option on Count LG's Nocturne RTA, for example. The fastest option is to do a roll from the chest to the vines. If you do this, you'll bonk. But if during the roll, at a precise timing, you press target and you keep holding right, which was the angle you had your rolls to, then the camera flipping will switch your joystick push from being in front of Link to being to the side of Link, which will push your roll less, just enough to not bonk the vines and grab them 1 frame faster, 2 frames faster, something like that. That's the kind of stuff that Count goes for. It amazes everyone, including me. But just so you know, that is a thing. I do not recommend a single soul to worry about this shit ever, but it is an option. And yeah, this mostly is going to get consistent if and only if you target before opening. I would recommend for this one to target before opening. Was that side hop intentional? I didn't see it yesterday when I checked the video. You did do that intentionally. Yeah, just run at the wall. Just run at the wall or whatever. Just check what you want to do and choose whatever suits you. If you like what I do, you can do it in a slower way. You don't have to do an up side hop. You can target weight left. That is an option. Colin, thank you so much for the streak of 3. Oh shit. So my entire soundboard is louder because Cobeck's sound was so low. Okay, now here, for the tech lords, you see that line at the top? When Link's hat reaches that line, you can press A and down at the same time. Hold down and press A. This will quick grab at the very top. I'm not sure if it works the same if you're far from a wall and if you're close to a wall, because of things that are beyond what I know about OT. But there is a huge quick regrab here that can save a lot of time. A lot of time. Okay, here you did a side hop here. It's not horrendous, but in general, side hops during backwalks are the devil. Okay? Just those side hops are the devil. Why are they the devil? I'm gonna try to explain it simply. So let's say we're here and we want to go over there. All right, so my first option is going to be I do a backwalk up until there, and then I either walk or roll up until there. So in both of these lines, in this line, I go almost straight to where I want, and where I want to go is obviously this. So, you know, like both of those lines are contributing to this. If I were to do a side hop instead, so doing this, then this, then this, this side hop basically puts me at 0 speed towards there. And this is mainly the direction I want to go to. That's why during backwalks, side hops are very bad, to be avoided at all costs. Most of the time, grinding against a wall that pushes you to the loading zone, for example, in Kakariko or for Graveyard, is going to be preferable. This is the kind of stuff you would want to check, but I recommend you to check it entering Kakariko, entering Graveyard, and on this spot. Just check it out just to get a global idea of like how fucking slow that is, because it is surprising. I used to do a lot of side hops during backwalks. I think Chris 7 slapped my butt cheeks and told me that's nowhere near a good idea. And since then, I try to avoid them. So yes, it is preferable to just like backwalk as long as you can and then walk the rest. Because during your walking, you might be at a lower speed, but the speed will contribute way more to your goal than the side hop. The side hop is a lot of speed sideways, but that's not really what we're looking for. We're looking for speed that goes towards our objective. And at this, the side hop is bad. It puts you at 0 speed. And when you land from the side hop, you have to rebuild the acceleration of the backwalk. You're not directly at 9 speed. So that is a second acceleration. Caring about acceleration cycle is not something you should do. This is Torje hammering a book on my head, but it is important at some point, but right now, don't worry about it. Like you're fine. So that's why I just wanted to doubt this side hop, but it's no big deal. It's no big deal. This is not a priority of labbing. You could check it out of curiosity. It's gonna be frames, 5, 7, 10, something like that. I don't exactly know. It could be 1 or 2. So don't worry. Yeah, Garg, I learned a lot with this player. I used to watch him when I lived in Germany. Oh, and another thing. Did you guys know that if you side hop here, you unload the... You don't unload, but you cancel the charge of the hand trying to fall on you. So I wonder if your side hop did it. I would guess it didn't, but still, you don't want to be jumping around in here. Also, the reason we go there is that we can target towards here, because the bubble is at the opposite of bottom of the well, you know, like completely behind you. And it's a technique to try to avoid lag. I have not checked it for myself, but I remember Ama bringing this technique up. So it's because of Ama that we stand here. And I trust Ama. Ama is a good knowledge source for sure. Right, stop jumping all around. Now here, the left arm is at the back, and you could do a backwalk. Backwalk is the optimal thing to do, but the optimal thing to do is to hold down and then time target. Holding down and tapping target has the option to save 2 frames. On both of the frames that it works, it saves either 2 or 1, depending. If you're late by 1 frame, it will only save 1 frame. If you're on the perfect frame, you'll save 2 frames. And if you target on 3rd frame, I think you will turn around and be very sad. Honestly, here, backwalk might be overkill. Just holding down and taking the rolls, perfectly fine. Relaxing, no worries, no need to put 5 hours in a 2-frame input, and you'll be saving time. Okay, then Okay, I'll put the stuff back. You guys look at the joystick, okay? Look at the joystick. Look at it's gonna be over there. You ready? Look at it. It's crazy. I don't even know what it did. I know exactly what you tried to do. And it's very cool that you tried it. I think it's a fun place to try it. It won't lose too much. So I think it's fine to try it, but you got to be aware that mostly this is gonna be a little bit of time loss. Bottom of the well, Kakariko Village. Okay, yeah, we're here. Cool. So I have a save state exactly for this trick because I practice it on the regular. The way this works, so this is a technique from Count. This is what I used to call the count hold. I don't know if I want to keep calling it that, but you see the number at the bottom of the screen? That's my input. When I go there, I'm going downwards. Now, until 24, 25, 26, this is ESS. I think 26 is ESS. Yeah, 26 is the last ESS number, right? Yeah, and 27 flicks in one frame. That's what we want to keep in mind. So what I do when I arrive here is I hold 40, 35, you know, like I hold outside of ESS. So that it's going to flip in one frame and I don't need to worry about timing my flicking down. All right, if you want to time something here, you can look at the steps. I recommend looking at the steps for a while and then trying to remove that visual cue, then trying to just feel the rhythm of that little music-y thing. But anyway, let's explain the inputs. Once you have flipped the camera, the reason why you're not holding full down is that you don't start running. And why would you not start running? Because it is difficult to press target on the very first frame that you turn around, which is no big deal if you're just walking slow, okay? And the inputs you want to work on is after this. The first input is going to be target. And then on the first frame after targeting, you want to press left and A. That's the difficult part. The difficult part is target, left A. You'll have the feeling that you're going for left at the same time as target. It's a kind of an awkward thing to do, but it's, if you do it good, it's so fast. It's so fast. And then when you get used to this, you'll see people doing that. And you'll be like, oh my god, that is so slow. Which, you know, then is an ego stuff. It doesn't even save all that much, but you know, it feels strong. It feels, you know, dominant, alpha, all of that stuff. So it's a fun technique. So that's the way it's done. But yeah, I think it's a fun thing to do here. I recommend keeping it as a funny thing, you know, it's a fun movement. If you succeed, it's gonna bring you a lot of happiness. If you fail, you're not gonna care all that much. So it's also important to know what you enjoy trying and don't just cut off everything, you know? Like, okay, if I were to coach you in order to have a PB tonight, then I would tell you, we're not doing anything, you just hold up and go swim. But that is boring. You know, that is really boring. It is extremely fast and it's hard to beat. And it just works and it's no work. But you can also keep some fun stuff here and there. Do not hesitate. It's funny and it's just, at the end of the day, it's just a game. It's not. Okay, here you want to turn around right here. Okay, before rolling. Before rolling. It is very strong to start the back walk as soon as possible when you have the angles. It is not a good habit to do a roll before the back walks. But that's no big deal. I think I roll there because of the sign. I have targeted it often. You're lying. Why are you lying to me like that? Okay, so just make sure you do down and then hold target. I don't believe you do your turnarounds like this. Like, some people do this. You know, they tap down twice. Some other people just hold down and press target. I'm a big fan of hold down, press target, and I discovered it very late. But if you don't want to target the sign, just walk a little further. And that will be, you know, like you could have like this white spot on the ground be your cue. And then start backwalking and you're fine. I'm probably a lot slower at the turnaround. Like, I think this is faster, by the way. This is what Marco does. It's like an in-between between the optimal stuff and... Oh yeah, you can also roll this one. I forgot about that. Okay, let's go back to watching. We're not moving on as fast as I expected to, but it's cool. Something I love about reviewing someone that mostly hangs out with me is that we have so many strats in common. You know, I don't have to deal with you doing the 3 side hops here. You're doing a lot of things with similar choices than mine. So it just comforts me, and I think it's good. Now, here is, in my eyes, the biggest time loss of the entire child section. So, just to put it into something that is more easy to understand for everyone. Link is now on the chains, which is the goal of the operation. We want Link to be on the chain, and then we want the camera to pan away or do something so that it loads the fact that the bridge should be fully up, and it teleports us to the top of the bridge. And in order to do that, Cobeck is going to flick left. And then do awkward stuff. For God knows which reason. Okay, so this is the movement that I used to do and the goal of this movement was to grab here while holding A so that I could drop and lose half a heart. Cobeck, you don't need to lose half a heart. So you should find a way that you side hop here into the loading zone, or some way that goes into the loading zone kind of fast. You usually jump forward. Is that enough to pick up the third rupee? Like, yeah, that's enough to pick up the last rupee. Yeah, so 3 and then hold up during the third, yeah. So 3 and then hold up should be fine. Yeah, I think turning around and then doing a full roll forward and then side hopping into it might be better. Don't worry about that. Do not worry. If the side hops were consistent, keep the side hops and don't worry about anything else. You're fine here. But there was just a little misstep here. In my eyes, we're missing a roll. In my eyes, we're missing a roll, but the reason for which we're missing a roll is that you were carefully angling towards the bunk, which is good. You were prioritizing the guarantee that this will work rather than trying to go faster. If you would want to go faster, you put a state here and you try to get like notch angles, like 2 rolls down left and 2 rolls left or some shit like that. And I'm pretty sure that one of them will land you exactly here with perfect camera angle. And then you can go to the bunk a little faster. But that is no big deal. I think the important part is that you took time, you bonked with perfect angle. The rest of your setup is clean. If you want to keep going with ESS right after the bonk, try to get in your muscle memory to hold during the bonk animation to make sure that like as soon as you regain control, Link starts spinning and you don't need to worry about it. This is gonna save a little bit and just be no efforts to change that. Okay. Once you bought this, try to step a little bit. Be careful. You could pass. So there's an area that the guy can sell you stuff, and you have a little bit of a moment. Well, just before that, just after saying yes here. You know, you have this time, you could like walk slightly over there, you know, like just hold down right, and you'll see Link's step. It's a classic tiny optimization for Bazaar. But be careful, you could go away and then it doesn't give you the shield. Don't panic, just walk back into the area and you'll get the shield. Damn, your roll was quick. Damn. I don't roll here. I should. Fuck. That looked fast. Okay, well... What are we thinking here? I don't like those side hops. Honestly, I don't like them. I don't like them one bit. They're done properly, like you're not mashing them, so that's cool, but I think I remember this saves 2 frames if you get frame perfect side hops, and never backflip. Backflip is making your entire movement not worth it. I think you should have done 1 less side hop. I think on this one you stop side hopping and you walk forward slightly up left. I just thought it was fun. I think it's optimal, but not this way. Like you're doing one too many side hops and the backflip makes it slow. So I think it's on this one that you need to like start angling. Yeah. Can we take a moment to look at your A button? No. Why are you mashing? Yeah, those side hops are kind of hard to do correctly. If you like them because they look cool, keep doing them, but don't mash. You just always mash those. You can mash when you get onto the stairs, but before that, it's side hops, like normal side hops. Just boom, 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 boom. So don't mash. Don't mash. Really, don't do it. Rolling would be a strong option. Like if one day you're on a crazy run and you want to put all the chances to yourself, then just roll. A very good start of setup here. That was awesome. Very good here. Unfortunate. Weird start of the backup. That's your backup. Okay, here I believe that ESS down is not ballsy enough. You're trying to back up, you want to go fast, and you don't care about position. Having Link run towards the camera is not going to move the camera much. So give it a big flick. Give it even a hold is no big deal. But having you ESS down here is an awkward decision. And then no mashing the side hops after dot skip, please. You'll be so much faster if you don't mash them. It's crazy. You lost almost an entire second here. You were just sag on that pace. Yeah, because everything else was really, really good. And you could have gotten a pretty crazy, probably sub 9, honestly. But hey, it is what it is. By the way, really quickly, and then we'll just skip the cutscene. I'd like you to practice dot skip. This is going to be the second thing you do on the practice plan. The goal is to have a state that is around here or maybe a couple steps before. That is the goal. When you start feeling confident, you will start practicing from here and doing your 5 minutes of dot skip from here. But before that, right now, what I feel like you should be doing for 5 minutes for at least a good 4 or 5 sessions, and honestly, you could keep it all the way through, is practice from here. You're in the corner, good angle, already targeted. You do the stuff, and as soon as you pause, no matter which pause you get, reload. Okay? The goal of this is to have you practice in a way that will maximize your attempts per minute, including the targeting and holding left, and then the side hops to the stuff is gonna quadruple the length of one try, when the actual thing we want to practice is this one. And yeah, I know some people sometimes are like, yeah, but I want to practice it with the whole way through and blah, blah, blah. But it's the same bitches we find crying like, I can never get good. Yes. So I strongly recommend, and please don't go away from that advice. I strongly recommend practice from here. As soon as you pause, check if it was the good pause, reload the state. It was the wrong pause, reload the state. It was the good pause, reload the state. Okay? Your your body will just be happy when it's the good pause and will be unhappy when it's the wrong pause. And that will teach your body what to do and what to be happy of and what to aim for. So that is fine. Okay. If you have trouble getting in the rhythm, go to someone's PB, even yours, and just make a clip or just watch on loop. Watch on loop for like a couple minutes, and it will give you like this little music of down roll, side hop, pause, down roll, side hop, pause, down roll, side hop, pause. And it will give you that little music, and then go back into practicing and try to replicate that music. Try to think like musically, visually. Do not think about what you're supposed to hold. Just look at the screen and be confident that you can picture what you want to happen. And trust me, it will happen. You just have to be confident in that. I like to practice the hold left as well because it's not off the same frame. Oh, you mean you never know when you start holding left, so then you bounce a different amount of times and stuff like this? This does not require, like, if we have this and the hold left is going to be almost 60% of that movement. So it means that 60% of the work we're putting in goes to the hold left, when the hold left actually needs 30 seconds per day, or like one singular session of 5 minutes every 6 months. You know what I mean? What we really want is clipping and pausing, always good. That is the dream. So that's why we want to input the entire 5 minutes of muscle memory building to that part of the trick. And I know it's tempting to be like, no, I like to practice things as a whole. That is not what I recommend. That's not what I do. I mean, feel free to do whatever, but my personal coaching tells you to whatever. You get it, right? Cool. Then we're here. Let's quickly see what happens here. It's a quick text, Oh, no, it was so close to be good. So your target is extremely late. Your target comes in here. A link is literally one frame away from being available to a megaback. This is too late, and that's why you get fucked. I don't believe this is your usual thing, but there's something that scares me on your input viewer, is that you're holding left, you're going neutral in order to target, and then you're holding up. And it is causing this painful thing here. That lost a full second, I think. I'm pretty sure that lost a full second. So hold left, press A, target during the roll, and then scoop your joystick along the edges to go to the up. Never release, so that you keep pushing the roll and you keep pushing after the roll when you're going to gain control. That's very important. So this is a 3-minute labbing or 5-minute labbing, and then you never need to worry about this ever again. I'm gonna go grab my bottle of water. I forgot it somewhere else. I'll be right back. You guys want some salsa? Wait, it's gonna be too loud now. BRB. Okay, putting the volume back up. We are so not watching this cutscene. But we're watching this, and watch how much you can hear the jingle after the A press that saves. Imagine how many frames were there. So you have a little bit. Okay, don't go super aggressive on that, but it's the game saves in 1 frame, which is your A input. As soon as your A input is registered, it's saved. So you should never hear that much of the jingle. And you could slap me because I don't reset quick enough because it feels so bad to reset too fast. But yeah, it's B, and then you should press A with one hand and have the other hand already ready to press reset button so that you reset kind of fast. It will be more important after, but it's kind of like this is just a knowledge check, so just try to be aware, like don't go too fast, but try to be aware that there is room here to like just go a little faster. No worries. By the way, on file select, so here you could be pressing A, B, and C up and everything you want. On this, you can mash A and start. Start also selects. So you could have the double thumb mashing on the controller with A and start. Very nice. Holding down and pressing target. Really, really cool tech. Here you're doing 3 rolls. So I'm going to be criticizing this movement just a tiny bit because there's going to be 2 occurrences of it in the run, and one of them is at the very end. 3 rolls is as child. As adult, it's 2 spaced rolls so that you can cut the corner better. And we're gonna see, like, okay, then here I think you're notching this down left. It's upper than down left. Your line is there and you're going down and then over there, which is going to be awkward. So yeah, you're losing a little bit of time here. Damn, you're notching everything. Yeah, try to just feel more comfy about not notching. For example, here, your gain control sucked. So I can see in your input viewer that you went straight into the notch. And look what it does. Like, you see the line, right? The line is over there. And look at your first roll. It's not as bad as I thought. But basically your second roll is going to correct it. But you should know that it's slightly lower than the upright notch. It shouldn't lose too much. Now here, yeah, holding left is nice, but so it's the optimal option, but it gives quite awkward camera angles, and I'm not fond of it because then it delays and then it changes where you are when you start the HES, which changes what you need to do depending on the HES frame that you get. So you'll check how I do. I just land in the zone with neutral, and then I flick left while pulling the chew, and then I have a little movement to adjust, which is almost always the same. And then I go, which makes the position where I has very consistent, and it also makes me taking the angle very consistent. So something that strikes me here, so I don't care that you failed it. You pressed A 1 frame after shields. That is almost never gonna work for Bumchu Hessing. Almost never. What you should be aiming for is 3. Okay? Second frame is when you see the shield in front. You can't react to it because you would react 3 frames later. But you want to aim for 3 because 2 works very well and 4 works very well. So being on 3, having a habit on 3, makes it that your mistakes will still be in range to make things work. Rolling on 1, do we want to get that nerdy? No. So we're looking at where is Standing Chu Hess? Standing Chu Hess. Okay, so is there anything that works with roll 1 frame after shield? Yes, but it's frame perfect. 10th thread would work. So basically, with what you did, you either pressed R on 10th thread or you're fucked. You guys don't see that very well. Let me show you here. So this is the paste bin. I can link it in the chat if you guys want to check it. You can check my paste bin account. It has a bunch of tricks that you also use in this run. But yeah, that's why like you don't want to press too early. And you see like roll 3 frames after shield is the first available on 9th red, is also the first available on blue after 9th red, and will still work on 10th red. So that's why you want to aim for 3, and honestly even like 3-4 should be your average. So it's a clear boom boom. It's not, you know, it's a clear tick tick. There is physical space between those 2 inputs, otherwise they just fuck up too often. Okay, then what? How do we back up this? Okay, the way we want to back up this is we want to aim like kind of on the right of this thing. If we aim there, it's true that we'll grind less here, but then we'll arrive somewhere super far over there. If we aim here, then it's gonna scooch us and we're still gonna make it just past the corner. So you want to aim on the bridge, but at the very right of it if you want to just do a backwalk. Okay. Hey, no need to talk about it. We mentioned it before. Side hops were not very good during backwalks. But okay. Now, you see Link has a fixed distance towards the camera, but then when the wall gets closer, you see Link getting closer to you here. Now, when this happens on those very particular stairs because of the angle of the backwalk, and it will happen no matter the backwalk angle that goes to the bridge, then release target, hold down right, and do a roll. That will save 2 frames. And it's not very expensive to do. It saves 2 frames. safe and steady. Yeah, let me play it. You see this? This is like one of the biggest thing that I see in like that for me as someone that needs to review is one of the biggest piece of information I could get on your current level. And what happened here is that you angle change to the left and you realize you're grinding the wall and you're like, fuck it, I'm not moving. I'm not risking another angle change. So I don't want you to be scared of angle changes anymore. You should not go cheap on angle changes, and you should really feel free. Oh, I'm grinding against the wall. Okay, I'm readjusting. Boom, boom, boom. And that's when it starts to feel really good. Right now, it feels like, holy shit, I started the Hess. I better not drop it. I swear I'm not going to drop it. Fuck it. I'm not dropping it. I'm not changing. I don't care. I'm not changing. And this is basically the feeling that I get out of this. So I'm exaggerating, but this is kind of what I get out of this. You want to like change as least as possible your angles, and that's okay for the level that Cobeck has in this video, but moving forward, this should be one of the top priority. You will have an exercise for this in the training program. I do try to minimize angle changes. Well, I recommend doing the opposite, like not minimizing them. There's one roll missing here, by the way. Like, don't try to minimize them and just go ham, because they'll make you improve. They won't necessarily make your next PB better, but at the end of the day, like, the person that doesn't go cheap on the angle changes is the person that improves the most. Okay. So your Dampe race is okay. It's quite okay. Dodging this flame was straight up hero material. I don't know how you didn't touch that, but hey, you didn't touch it. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. You know where you're going. You know what you want to do. It's clear that there's been some work. As just, it is possible to put in more, and I'm gonna help you with that. So right now, I think this roll was a little rushed because it doesn't have the correct stuff. So what I would like you to observe during this next thing is that what Cobeck was doing in his PB right there was prioritizing roll rhythm over the comfort of taking your time to roll with better trajectories. So you've prioritized roll patterns over trajectories, and I would like you to flip this, because your roll patterns are fine. You're even rolling a little stressed, but it's probably because the run is good. We're minus a minute after Master Sword, pressure is amping, Kakariko was a success. We know we're doing good, so you know the nerves are starting to come in. But yeah, it's something that you want to prioritize, making sure you have a good trajectory before rolling. Don't hesitate to do that a lot. Like, make sure good trajectory, then roll. Good trajectory, then roll. Cut the corner, trajectory, roll. And now let's watch it, and we'll see a couple of trajectories that go away, and usually because you seem to have prioritized the fact of pressing A. You see, like, those last two are going very much to the middle. You want to go there, and you should have wanted to go there since here. When you're here and you're that close to a corner, there's no way in hell you're all straight. You walk past that corner, take your angle for a nice straight line, and then take your roll. Because your line is here, right there. Then once again, you straight away from the line. Now your line is there, right there. Okay, this one you can't do much about it, so I won't be picky on this line, but Dampe will always be very much on the right here. If you want to play safe, just take your time to roll and do a roll straight forward. Because basically, this is where Dampe is scary. Because he's at the same height of the first stair, so if he drops a flame, you immediately get hit. And if you roll towards him, you won't see it. So if you roll there, you'll have Link over there, Dampe on your right, you'll see him drop a flame or not. Yes, you will fuck up your trajectory, that would be over there. Like somewhere over there, and then in the stairs is going to be there. But it's a little safer. So if you want to take a safe step here, like just go for one roll that is parallel to this wall to the side. It's not fast, but it will give you a ton of info so that you can avoid those nasty staircase flames. Oh shit, I swear I didn't remember that you were gonna take one. Okay, here once again, like, but this might be experience, but it's kind of important to know where your next line is, and your next line is right over there. So hey, you're actually doing it pretty well. So it was so good that a target would have been nice, and now you're straying off because you're keeping that same angle. So a little bit of time before that roll in the middle would have straightened your line much more. Now you're rolling the scariest corner of the entire Dampe race. So this thing here is where if there's a flame, the only thing you can do is hear it. Dampe does a little when he drops a flame, there's a little as if, you know, like lighting up a flame. And that's the so when you get to that corner, you want to listen. You want to listen. You want to be very aware of where was the last flame he dropped. So where was the last flame he dropped? He dropped a flame here. You can run in blind. Fuck yeah, this is golden. A flame here, hallelujah. It's just go, go, go. But this corner, be very careful. Okay? Especially if you don't want to lose health or stuff like that. Be careful with this corner. And be careful with this corner. You should never be over there here. Camera is going to be so consistent here. Your camera here is always going to be this one. It's blocked by a wall here, a wall there. Link is always trying to go there. It's always going to be this one. So maybe take a minute to work on that turn. Just that turn, just like a couple times. Like do it 5 times and then you're fine. But you want to go there. You want to go right there. And it's also nicer because here you're covering more areas that could have a flame and that could have a flame that there's no way you have seen. This is the last frame that you can have any reaction. Like you've already pressed A by now. So yeah. And then here, don't hesitate to just walk past this thing to make sure there's no flame or anything. And then here it's a little technique, but But anyway, that was overall very good. That's very good. A little fast on that roll. If you had waited a little more, you would have been really parallel with the line over here. But you're getting lucky. Okay, never again are we getting close to this thing, okay? Getting close to this thing is... I'm trying to get a 46. This was a really good Dempe, and I want to flex, and I want the pace pals from ZFG's chat to think I'm good. So I'm gonna score a 46, and everyone was gonna think I'm good. At the end, when you arrive there, you're gonna have to wait for Dempe to go to the spot where you can talk to it. So there's no need to rush. Your Dempe race speed in terms of your RTA speedrun is done. You could literally walk from here, I think, and I've checked it. You could literally walk from here and be fine. So take a nice 1 meter, 3 feet away from that thing to just make sure that you never touch this thing. Like, never even get remotely close. And target when you pass that door, because you see this frame is a little awkward, right? But this frame is flipped. Okay, so if you were not during a roll animation, if you were standing at the end of a roll with not much speed and you're holding up, then Link would go the other way, and then on the next camera flip, would go the other way again, which means the door is here, and you would be doing 1, 2, 3, and the result of that is that you get crushed. The search bar, was there crazy shit in the search bar? I don't think there's crazy shit in my search bar. Yeah, nothing too crazy. GLHF. Solo's Volcano. But okay. So be careful, and during the last roll of the Dempe race, it's good to target. But overall, really good. Overall, really good. Like, so far, great gameplay, and Dempe race doesn't need much work. It just needs relaxing. Okay? I don't even think you should go and practice the Dempe race, even if I just said so. I think what you want to do is just, next time you're in there, just relax a little more on the rolls, skip a few rolls to make sure you have correct angles. Now, this is a situation where, okay, we can show that you do some weird shit. Do you know how that works and it just went horrible this time, or do you have doubts on how it works? Okay, so where can I find a state that has this? MSD, hover boots, windmill. You normally target chest, flick, 2 side hops to the right, side hop to the left. Okay, so in this situation, we have what I call a left camera angle. So you see how the camera is on the left of Link? So what does that mean? That means if I target after a flick left, I'm going towards the chest, which is what I want. If I target the other way, I'm going away from the chest. So we want the angle that goes towards the chest. So with this camera, it would be left. Okay? Now, just past the chest, not too far, 2 side hops and then a back walk will give you the crush. The crush barely saves time, and it's not very good. Since you don't have equips to do here in Nocturne RTA, I have a pause to do, so I can pause and be sure that I'm on the good frame or that I'm on a frame that works in MST. You don't have that. What we were doing at some point with Happen Force was slashing. So basically we would hold the correct direction and then we would just mash B. But it still is kind of risky. So what I suggest you do is this. Okay? So you take advantage of the fast positioning, but then you side hop back in. So that should be, in my eyes, your go-to strat of I haven't failed yet. Now, if you have fucked up or if you're unsure and you're trying to back up, please avoid doing this. Okay? And what we're gonna do is that we're gonna learn from this thing. And what do we learn? We learn that our position is basically on that big line. Okay? And we're landing quite a bit to the right. So we still have margin on the right, margin on the left to do this thing. And the side hop makes it back very easily. So what we learn is that this last row works and has margin. So this should be your go-to backup of like, oh shit, I fucked up. I just go on the last row and I side hop in and out. Yeah, it's not a very well-known backup. I'm trying to spam it in the Twitch chats here and there. My friends playing randomizer hate me for bothering them with this, but hey, it is what it is. Cool. Now in here I think rolling was really good. I'm not sure if the backwalk was fast, but check out, like, this was a 52. And this was a 48. So there's 4 frames of difference, which is not as much as you would think. Now let's check real quick. $51. $51, okay. And 44. So it's 6 and 5, so that shit saves like half a second. It's not really worth it. I barely ever do it in MST, and I really like that strat, but it's slightly dangerous without having an equip, and it's kind of precise. So yeah, be aware once again, this is a hold left because the camera is left. If the camera is to the other side, it's going to be a hold right. I don't recommend you remembering left is left and right is right. I recommend trying to rethink of it every time. So which direction will make me look towards the chest? That's what you want to know. And in this case, if I hold left, I'll be looking towards the chest. If I'm on the other side and I hold right, then I'll be looking at the chest, right? You went through windmill to go back to graveyard? That is extremely painful. I feel sorry about it. Okay, let's go back to watching Cobeck. Okay, that was good. Quick draw the sword to make sure you don't move because of the right swing. But otherwise, great. I'm gonna double check something real quick. Okay, you move slightly toward the fairy. When you see the fairy, you release your entire controller. You don't touch anything. And you just press bottle. No matter how far it looks, no matter how close it looks, don't touch anything. Because there's nothing worse than you see a fairy, you move towards it before flinging the bottle, and it heals you. It's really horrifying mistake. It happens to the best of us. It happens to mostly all of us. So yeah, PTSD, bro. Like every slash, I would put back my finger on bottle. If you swipe and there's no fairy, nobody cares, right? But if you don't swipe and the fairy revives you because you stepped forward, everyone cares because the run is dead. But yeah, that was cool. That was cool, man. Like second slash or third slash fairy, that's really good. Okay, you see that little, I'm not going to spend 7 hours on this because we've talked about this, but you've entered this area holding up. Oh no, you've entered this area holding up right. And then you corrected it. Why not roll? Yeah, try to trust the angle that you load with and roll with it. I know what you mean, that like if you hold that angle, then the camera starts panning and Link goes very far away. But pressing roll will just lock in the angle. So pressing roll is also a way to be like, I want to go that direction, but I don't want to go that direction forever. So as soon as you spawn, boom, bam, press A and you're going there. This was way too close of a pause for you to be able to handle your distance well enough. And now, why did you not throw the chew? This was perfect. This is perfect. I don't know if you know how bushes are, but this was perfect. You fell too far, then delay your roll. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to master choose, you want to be a master of, I know when to roll compared to my shield. That's the key to success. And you're not even that far. 1, 2, and 3 probably works. Maybe 1 won't work, and that's your habit. And that's why I want to change your habit to be 2 or 3. And that was a 1. Was that a -7 angle change? Yeah, it was. You thought you were already on right. Okay, no worries. Okay, that's good. I can see you've put in quite a bit of time here. So that's really good. And that's good. Oh my days. Scratch everything. That sucked. Never again this side hop. Never again. Okay. Now, something that is, I know it might be hard for you to accept this practice, but you're gonna do 5 minutes every day of this Hess. What I find crazy is that this angle holding ESS right goes to the stairs. You'll get pushed by Anju, which is going to put you like 2 meters left, and then you would have gone to it. But basically, from around Anju, already hessing. And this is going to be the 5 minutes that make you use angle changes. Right, left, right, left, right, left. Yeah, it was going to the stairs. You didn't need to readjust. You hate loading into a Hess? Well, be happy. You're going to do it for 5 straight minutes. And it feels so awkward. Why? Oh, because you have to hold the other hand? Yeah, but you're going to be holding ESS right and waiting for the stairs. So you use safe state around Anju and you're fine. Because I don't have a foot pedal. That's true. You could find another thing, like you could bind load state to the R button for 5 minutes, and then you just do your resets with the R button, or something like that, you know. But yeah, honestly, just deal with it, and that should be okay. And so yeah, so you're gonna be doing this Hess for 5 minutes after starting the Hess, because this is going to be your practice for angle changing and just getting comfy with angle changes. You see how many you've done here? This is more than the entire rest of the run. And they were good. They were good. So I think what you mostly lack is confidence. That's why I'd like you to do this Hess a lot. If you have more time, switch this to 10 minutes. If there's one exercise you want to overgo on, is this one. Yo, what's up, Raptor? This one is an awkward Hess, but I'd like to double check why it failed. I'll check in game. The roll was correct. Oh, we're shielding here? And targeting here? Okay, shield and target were too early. No big deal. But there's also a huge delay between the input display and the game. It could be interesting to solve it in GZ, and then you could check your VOD of your runs and have the exact like presses on the exact frames. Okay, if you're going walking, you are never again not cutting this corner. You're going here and to the right. Immediately to the right. There's enough space to pass on the right side of the boulder, so no reason to go there. Also, you had perfect angle, but you switched it. Maybe because you want to go get more hearts. Yeah. You do want to go get more hearts for a reason that I do not know. Okay, nice jump slash. So in Nocturne RTA, you guys do this technique because you don't want to get damaged. If you want to get damaged, which would have been interesting in your case, would have saved quite a bit. There's another thing you could do, but let's not worry about it. It's not important. Keep mashing rolls. They actually damage you faster. Very good pauses. Pausing one early is safe, and then skipping to the next one in one try is great. So GG's on this. The review should go way faster right now. There's a little trajectory right there. By the way, if you want a quick tip, you see Navi is circling around Link like this. This animation is consistent, which means you will always gain control when Navi is in the same spot. Let's check this spot. Okay, it's when she's there. So this could be something that helps you know like when it's going to resume is the Navi circles, and you know that when she crosses basically the string right there, then you'll gain control again. And you should be holding between the notches on upright so that you can have a line close to here. Then here you want a line right there, and then diagonally over there from one corner to the other. And we're going with that awkward circle. Okay, so this strat, you gotta keep holding right and just let me show you. So we're doing side hops like this. You keep holding right, and while holding right, you lower it just a little bit. You know what I mean? And it's the chest is big, so it's gonna be fine. And also like it's gonna be really fine. But that's the strat, is like you keep holding right and you pull the hook shot, you charge it, and then you just lower from the notch. Get a little lower from the notch and boom. Cool. It's been already 2 hours we're in this. Oh my god. Hey, we were not too far from getting a 50-30. We were not too far. Okay, try to be pressing mostly A for the last one because you know you don't want to slash. And then here you got hit with a camera flip, which is a hateful thing. Usually at beginning of corridors. But you see, like, you fucked up on the first roll, right? And you knew you fucked up, but you tried to keep the roll rhythm. No. That's not your priority. Your priority is to get back to a comfortable line, and when you're back to a comfy line, resume rolling. Okay, we're back on tracks. Your line was a little more left. You're aiming at this. Okay, see, this was a perfect example. You fucked up this, you took your time, readjusted, and then resumed rolling. That is a very, very good. I'm so sad that you missed this one when it's actually like the one where you need to shield and roll kind of quickly. So for this one, 1, 2, 3 work. but shielding and rolling on same frame don't work. I think your target and shield got inputted on this frame. So overall, it seems like your target and shield are usually too early. And that means you were outside of ESS. Whoa. Crazy stuff. And here you're trying a Hess. Yeah, I guess it's not a bad idea, but then it's hard to know the cycle of this boulder. Okay, here your line was from over there to here. This is where you want to backwalk in the backup cases, okay? From over there to here. You want to backwalk all the way up to here and then you'll fall. Damn, I thought you had it here. I had the same thing yesterday. So right now, if you go there, you'll go like 2 meters to the right of the door. But with the previous angle you had before you corrected it, with that kind of an angle, you know, you go over here, then this will push you, but then you'll go directly in the door, which changes everything. So don't hesitate to backwalk into a wall if you know that it'll be beneficial later on. Are we side hopping? Oh my god. Yeah, turn around. In these situations, you notice you're far away, turn around, set up a new backwalk, and you'll be good. Okay, here's gonna be a very awkward example of coaching. So first off, we're missing a roll here, at least one. I think there's two. So we got the second one, but not the first one. You're cutting the corner here, which is very good. And here you are settling for such a shit angle, like... So first off, it's gonna be really awkward to get your angle from being so close to the fence. If you were walking a little further over there and starting to get your angle further away, then you could target the camera somewhere close by and then tiptoe walk to adjust it. And once you tiptoe walk, adjust it, you'll be in the spot. But here, you know you don't have a correct angle. You turn around and you still pull bomb. To me, that is a tragic mistake. This is what top players should be doing, is like pull bomb no matter what, because otherwise your run is dead. But you're not in this situation. For you, the priority is that the trick works. We want the trick to work 100%. And here there's two things that I don't like, is that you're pulling bomb and you're not happy with your angle. And the second thing is that once you'll be happy with your angle, you'll be so close to the fucking fence that when you're gonna backwalk, you're gonna have a shitty, awkward backwalk that pushes you to the right and then puts the bomb on your left. So if we rewind just a little bit, this is the angle that you want, and you want to be a couple steps ahead of this position, which is over there, you know? And then you'll backwalk clean, just like any of your other mega side hops, mega backflips, and everything, and it's going to be really nice. But right now, we've been like getting that weird angle on the fence, which I see very often. I don't like it. It makes everything awkward. It just puts you away from reusable muscle memory you could have from other tricks. And there's not much to gain from it. It will also be easier if you just scoop your trajectory a little off and then, you know, like come back to actually get that angle. Do you always do this? Like, I think you tried to quick draw the hook during the mega side hub. But yeah, just a small note that I don't like what you're trying to do here. You land in a place where it's really easy for the camera to flip around like crazy, and you're not holding target, holding down right. You're already pressing A for a roll. Link has not even given you the cue that he's turning towards the good direction. You could be rolling over there right now. You could be starting a roll over there, which puts you like a minute back. Right now, I think a little bit of a backwalk would be fine. Like when you land, just, you know, like after the clippity clip, you can hold down a little bit, just get like a few steps of backwalk, make sure you're in, and then roll. But right now we're having this kind of awkward thing. And this is very good. Very, very good. Okay, Bolero. Where do I have a state at Bolero? Okay, so the first thing is you are standing so far away from this sign. It's, I believe that you think you can break it. You know what I mean? I think you're thinking, I have to be careful to not break this sign. And that's not okay. Because you want to stand really close to this sign. Your line is here. And you want to stand fairly close to just make sure that all of the attempts you do will read the fucking sign. It is really important. Timer's ticking. And then you realize it and you barely get closer, which is a little annoying. Now, I am not sure if you're aware, but here, you're looking at a cardinal angle. So basically north. All right? And when you look at a cardinal angle, what is going to happen is as follows. So arrows, I'm gonna be doing them green. So right now this is north. And now let's take a few things. When you hookshot this ladder, you never want to hookshot west of it. Because if you hookshot west of it, then nothing will happen. What you want to do instead is hookshot always east of it, of where you are. You know, you're here, the stuff is in front of you. Don't aim exactly in front of you, aim a tiny bit to the east. Why should you do that? It's because there's something that we could call cardinal magnetism, which means if you are slightly to the right of a cardinal, which north is one of them, then your camera will be magneted. How do you say such thing? It's basically gonna align to the cardinal. Okay, so let me try to show you this. I'm gonna aim a little to the right. Okay, we need watches to make this more obvious because it's gonna be really difficult for untrained eyes to see such thing. 4,000 is a cardinal angle, and it's east, by the way. It's not north. Where's my hook? It's over there. So I'm gonna shoot to the right, which is 3 something. And then, as you can see, it aligned me by just like having the up. In the case of Bolero, we'll do the same thing by holding down, which is gonna give us C0. But now, if I were to shoot slightly to the left, nothing will adjust for me. Okay? But if I'm a tiny bit to the right, I get that kind of magnet force that makes everything slide back to 4,000. Okay? So this is a really important part of the Bolero skip stuff. Also, by the way, it's not a destructible sign. So you can stab his ass all you want. Go ham. Now, I'm shooting there, and I'm intentionally holding down to give time for stuff to get to C000. I'm not backflipping immediately, I'm giving time. And then the angles that I get later on are not that crucial. Okay, you see the -4 that is on screen? This -4 that is on screen, I'm gonna equip a tunic just to make things chiller. This -4, it's my downward velocity. So it's basically gravity, okay? Normal gravity, -4. Now, if I start holding ESS down or full down, this is what happens. This is why Bolero skip without dying, so deathless Bolero skip, is known to be a mind melter. It's because of this. You see how the speed changes? And it cycles, okay? If I stop, it goes back to -4. So basically, what we want to be able to do is to have a cue at the beginning of the cycle so we don't get too fucked, and it's quick. At the beginning of the cycle, get a cue in where we're going to press B. So we're gonna be looking at Link's feet, and I think the cue is like when the left foot is supposed to touch the ground. Boom. Boom. Okay? And there's an angle range for which this works. And I think the angle range is like 2 to 6 ESS. Let's do a little bit of labbing for you here. 2 works. 3. I press A when Sheik's hands touch the ground. 4. I don't know, more. So you see, the angle is extremely lenient. So the way you should arrive is you arrive there, you ESS for whatever, who gives a fuck, and then you're focused on the walking cycle backwards. That's how this tech works. Because of the cycling of the downward velocity. This is not something you can invent. The hours of labbing would hardly get you to these conclusions. So this is one of the instances where it's just nice to have the community and you know, like share info between each other. This is a difficult trick. Definitely lab it a bit, but I would not put it in the practice plan. It's not crucial enough. And it's very much a knowledge check. People that keep having issues with this trick have not labbed it enough or do not have the correct knowledge. And that is why they're failing. And if they say something such as, yeah, but usually I make it. Well, your knowledge gets you X% of probability of success, which is great. But if you want to go more, then you'll need more knowledge. With such knowledge, you should be very close to every single time. And you should be able to identify what went wrong when it fails. Oh, it's something I already showed you, so I just made a full tutorial out of nowhere for nothing. Okay, but hey, it's an important trick. I'm not gonna do that for every single thing, so I'm happy I did it. Let's move forward. That was maybe a little too far right. I'm not exactly sure, but hey, it's gonna fine. Okay, after which we're rolling out. We lost around a minute here. We still see your game screen, by the way. True. There we go. So we lost around a minute. We were minus 1 minute, and now after Bolero, we're minus 13 seconds. So you're not hessing here, and for some awkward reason, you're not backwalking. I am very confused. This is a great place to backwalk. 1, 2, then maybe slight readjust to the right, backwalk. During the backwalk, quick draw the hook. When the bottom of the yellow stuff reaches that little weird corner here, turn around slightly to the right, roll once, and you're in position to hook. That's what I usually do. So give me a frame that we can see it correctly. Yeah, okay, that's a good frame. So you see, am I on the pen? Yes. This thing right there is where I tried to stand to hook shot. All right. And then there was a cue to stop backwalking that is around there on the minimap. If you want to full copy what I do, I think I want to line up the hook shot with the post. Oh, you're gonna do a fucking third person hook shot. Yeah, that sucks. Let's see. Yeah, that's what you're doing. I don't like it. It looks really cool. In some situations, it's really fast. It's just very, very difficult to get good at. It's not extremely reliable, and it usually makes you lose time before getting there to actually making sure you'll have the correct angles. So it's very situational, and I would not use it in this situation. It does look very cool. I'm sorry. I would definitely ditch that one, but then it's me. No big deal. But then you can have like a full back walk and go up until this little corner, and it would be much nicer. I think this is very good. You could try the faster way, but it's not required. It's not really needed. Right now, doing this technique is very good, especially if you're consistent at it. Keep it. Now here, so here's gonna be a shit show. Like, let's be honest with each other. Here's a shit show. Let's watch it. Okay, what happened here? What happened here is that you want this angle because this is the angle that you want to do the trick with very well. But you're starting here and you know that in front of you is not very good, so you're trying to go over there. And you're trying to not sacrifice too much time. Here, as soon as you get this, you're like, oh shit, I can finally roll. You take the roll, but it's an extremely scary one. And then here, I don't really fully understand what goes on, but I think you're holding lower than full right. Anyway, let me get there with the game because there's a few cool things I can show you. Okay, so when you're there, you want the angle of this wall, but you can go climb over there if you want. Oh! Okay, another option is you climb here and you do a side hop, which is gonna really help. I can still do it. But I think the fast option is this one for choose especially. Oh. So yeah, you can target this and then go climb to the right. Or you could side hop. All right, so those two things should help you quite a bit. I remember when I was running Nocturne RTA, this would be the trick that scares me the most out of the entire run. So I would do it before every session, do it a bunch of times. If you want to add it to the daily practice, why not? It's a why not. It's not in the practice plan that I have cooked so far. I've had weird camera flips when climbing to the right. Not sure if it was doing something wrong. While keep holding target. It's not your personal choke point. Okay, so I would say don't put in the practice plan. Let's get back to watching. Oh, we've seen that already. Okay, very good. All right. I find you rushing the A button. I'm not sure if that's a good thing. So much for setting up your angle. So, once again, you're trying to use target instead of using a roll, and I'm not a huge fan of that. I think overall, you target too often. So, look, you are trying to do the stuff like after dropping, you go straight up for a little second and then you roll up left. But instead of that, you went up left, targeted, went back to full up during the spin of the camera, which gave you a half angle. And honestly, this, you could have targeted this and kept going with it. You know what I mean? I can show you real quick, but like if you have the correct angle, where can I go? I can go over there. Let's say I have the correct angle, but I want to be closer to the wall. Okay, you can move it while being targeted so that you keep your angle. So that's something like that. But right now, when I see the angle that you currently have on this frame, this is perfect. I'm going with this. Like, I'm bringing this to the end. I know I'll be closer to the water, and therefore I'll jump slash later. I'm not trying to get myself into always the same situation because this is easy fixes. Like right now, you can see your angle is slightly too far to the right, which means earlier jump slash, but you're also very far left in terms of position, which means jump slash a little later. So that just means that with both of these things, you would have done a normal jump slash and it would have been fine. Here was at least one roll, and I would argue that targeting was your option. Here maybe was a roll, and then you ended up settling for the worst of all of the angles that we had seen on the ice so far. So you're at your usual position, but the side hop is going to go closer and closer to the body of water, which means you're supposed to delay your jump slash more than usual. And you see that with your usual jump slash, that was very scary. That was very scary. So, yeah, if you have 5-10 minutes one day, just one day, okay? Try to work on this movement and go with different stuff and try to adjust your jump slash on the fly. And by doing that just 5 minutes, you'll gain such confidence at this trick. It's going to be great. The first thing you do here is pull bomb. You have literally no excuse for walking upright and then rolling forward, which lost around 2 seconds of hessing. You flick the shield twice here. It looks like you're trying to do a weird shot. Yeah, so far your main mistake on hessing has been target and shield too early. That has been your main issue, and the few hess that you've got were first frames every time. You have leniency further up, so you should try to be careful with that and just play around. Try to be too late on purpose a couple times. Just make sure that you're comfy with both ends of this. But don't worry, you'll be doing backwalk bomb hasses in your daily practice plan. So this should be accounted for. Okay, the angle changes, fucked up. We're on enter water. This is probably the hardest area to do fast. This has is very, very complex. Then we have to climb this. And then this clip is not easy at all. I started doing one of those shield side hops as the first side hop here on this one. I think it's not bad. And I noticed that on your side hops, you do what I do, which is you keep holding right, and then you have 2 frames to press A for your side hop. You're doing it great, don't get me wrong. I don't think that's what fucked up in this attempt. Like, if we watch the side hops, I think they're all good. Yeah, they're all good. They're all first or second frame. But this is risky. And this is slightly too risky for what I think you should be going for. So I would not necessarily recommend that you do this. You don't have Pedro running at you, and you really, really, really want this shit to go first try. So if you want to do 3 side hops with the shield, you know, like the put them with target and A, target and A, target and A, I would honestly not blame you. I think this is the kind of place where you don't want to go faster, but you want to go really, really safe. Yeah, you're holding right the entire time. You want to watch it? I think you stepped down on the backflip. And then I don't exactly know why this failed, but it's honestly no big deal. Yeah, and this time your backflip is perfect. All right, we're getting to Water Temple. We're almost at the end of the run, to be fair. Not too much left. I didn't know about this positioning technique. It looks pretty cool. Here, just quickly, you know that as soon as the red button goes over the line, it's not going to go any further. And I think you can backflip when the red button is over this thing, but you don't necessarily need to wait all the way all that much if you would want to save like a few frames here and there. For second and third, it's a little different because they will not be consistently the same cues, but for the first one, you could accelerate. And then here is the classic. On the last backflip, you release target, which flips the camera on touching the ground. It's a horrible mechanic. You see, on touching the ground, it flips the camera, which is gonna make you walk towards the water and even roll towards the water. And it's a very hateful thing to watch. What I suggest, and I think what I was doing, is on the last backflip, you do a little bit of a backwalk and then you let yourself with just a 1 roll distance. You see how there's more than just 1 roll? So you do a little bit of a backwalk, which will ensure you don't get the camera flip, and then you move towards the door. You could even just like push the backwalk and then walk to the door and not risk the bonk it. This was good. There's room to accelerate if you want to roll at the end. It's so rushed. It's so fast. I don't know. You're probably a fast person overall, but like shielding this bomb and then shielding the next bomb and stuff like that. You see how quickly you side hopped from the first bomb shielding? It was crazy. In a way, it's good, but it's just so unnecessary for here. And if you fail one of those side hops, you lost 3 bombs or 2 bombs. So take it easy. You know, like this is a place that no matter what, you're timed by the first bomb. Take it easy. You see how like you have time to backwalk all the way to the door, which gives you a way worse frame data. Way worse. I'm basically a step into the backwalk, like not even further when I backflip, just because I've taken my time. And the rest of the thing is not like as fast as I can. It's more like a little rhythm, you know. I'm ting ting ting, turn around, boom. And this is what's going to guarantee that I'm on point every time, because if you do it as fast as you can and that's the timing, then you're going to improve. And then you're gonna have to relearn, and etc., etc. So it's really, really complicated. But this is going very well so far. And then what did you do here? You held down. Okay, this is the one of the riskiest thing you could do. Don't hold down. After you press B, hold shield. Like right after pressing B, start holding shield and you'll be in the loading zone before you even know it. It's like, it's the fastest. I normally wait to land and hold down. Yeah, if you hold down before getting hit, then you'll go inside the explosion because of joystick input and the trick is failed. All right, what's gonna happen at Morpha? Okay, you see the spawn is here, so you decide to damage down over there. Okay, I see that you tried to shoot a little upper, which is very smart. But considering the angle that the stuff has towards you, you could shoot directly at it. Like your first angles of shots were perfect. Just right there. If you had shot as soon as you see the yellow arrow, like since they're almost parallel, they're gonna intersect for so long that this was a guaranteed grab, and would have been really fast. And aiming upper here is gonna make the stuff a little more complex. A lot of hook shotting. Relax on the hook shotting. Good time to wait before the jump slash. That was dope. At least you didn't get dicked, so that's good. You're dropping the bugs at the top of the platform. I was wondering if there was any interest doing that rather than at the bottom. Because usually when you land here, you don't really see anything. So I like, when I have bugs, I like to drop them when I land. because then I get a better camera angle and I can, you know, like it's gonna pan the camera all the way down and I can start seeing what I see. Yo, no worries, Heart. It's not very often, but we try to do this. Howdy, howdy. So I like to drop the bugs at the bottom, and also once they're at the bottom, they can't really go anywhere. So I'm usually happy with that. Good ESS turn. Fuck yeah. That was a nice setup. Okay. So obviously you don't want to fuck up this thing. I get it. You don't want to fuck it up, and it's very understandable, but it's a 3-frame window for the pause. So the fact that you didn't one pause that, it's not bad, but I think a very low amount of labbing would give you one pause guaranteed every single time. Like maybe 5 minutes once will give you one pause every day. So so this should be fine. And worst case scenario, you just use the same muscle memory as forest cutscene skip, and that is gonna do it just fine. Yeah, it's a 3-frame hold right. Very, very good setup. So here I think it's fine that you try Bombo Eye unbuffered. I think it doesn't matter too much. Listen to Bolero. Yeah, I don't think it's a bad thing that you go for Bombo Eye. I think that's fine. But did you hear that? Yeah, but you can hear it. I'm playing Bolero. You try to fool around maybe 5 minute one day. Just whenever you think about it, try to fuck around with just playing Bolero fast. And then in runs, just reduce speed by 10% or 5%. But you played it really, really slow, and you can definitely play it incredibly fast. So yeah. I find if I play fast, the ocarina drops inputs. So there's mechanics around this. Cam, thank you. I'm sorry you have to go. Thank you for stream, Arthur. Much love. We go again tomorrow. Yeah, we go again tomorrow with runs and everything. For today, I'm just gonna go ahead and finish this. I think I've been talking a little bit too much because we're looking at around the 4-hour replay, but I'll play it later. Okay, so things about the ocarina: you cannot press a note if the previous note has not been released or some shit like that. Let's watch my screen. I don't remember exactly. So I think this is what you're encountering. It's holding inputs. Ship has an enhancement to allow that, and I got used to that. I don't like, this is the worst use of dev time, but hey, whatever. Anyway, let's move on. Damn, you were holding down on this one? I think that's very ballsy, and you lost a lot here. That's almost a full second of time lost. Just on the fact that you targeted later. On this one, I don't hold down. The timing is too awkward. I would recommend just like wait. If you want to hold something, hold up. And then as soon as you see Link moving, then start flicking down. But yeah, this is a hard one to hold down. Okay, I was surprised that you do this because it makes 116 a lot scarier. But it's really cool if you do it. It saves 4 seconds, I think. So you're getting 116 just fine. And your C down was late on the attempt that failed. So I know I used to target here to get the last roll and have like a hook shot quick draw. This doesn't save much at all, if any, Cobeck. So I wouldn't worry about that. If you want to copy what I do right now, which is I just immediately roll, but without targeting. But see, like this thing, could have sent you flying straight forward and ended your run immediately. So yeah, that was a little scary. So I would try to lab something that doesn't have this target. This target has quite a bit of potential to not be nice with you. You want to target this chest. You definitely want to target this chest. It didn't, that's true. Okay, not bad. Oh, I don't like those side hops. I really hate them. Just walk. And then I know this is shoutouts to Bakaneko, and you know, nostalgia hits me too, but it's so slow. Here you want to be holding like slightly right to your up notch, and then after the first roll it's really easy to pan to the next one. Your trajectory is just way too deviated for that. And I think Neko was doing that because he found a way that he could, if he would get a third frame perfect side hop, he would get like a skippy skip. I hate the roll over the corner. Why not? Is the side hop in the Gordon cage slow? Yeah, you never want to side hop anything. And here I would very strongly recommend all of these guys target the chest so that your joystick's angles at the end, like after clearing the text, are always the same. By the way, let's look at your inputs. You're mashing the text before it even appears. The text box goes like big and then shrinks to the normal size and then starts to appear some stuff. Goes big, shrinks, double tap B or slide from B to A, and then go. But last week? Okay. So here we've talked about that a few times and you want to keep this. Your angle here was really risky. If on the first roll, so your angle is perfect and maybe a little further there. But the thing is, if on the first angle you go a little more down, and then on the second one you correct, this will guarantee that the camera will not flip before you want to, because on the first line, this is something that will make sure that the camera doesn't flip. If you go the way that you've been going, which is try to have the perfect parallel immediately, as soon as you'll have a little bit of over there, the camera will start flipping early, which will start loading the room early. And then for this room, catastrophe, immediate catastrophe. So right here, I was very scared to see you go for this line because I think parallel is here. So you going there was kind of risky. Try to always have a little bit of a mistake on the first roll towards down. Yeah, that is extremely scary. So you're supposed to land over here. Otherwise this kills you. I don't know how it didn't kill you, honestly. But yeah, try to land more over there. And try not to grab where the flamethrower would kill you. Extremely early jump slash. I think a frame earlier doesn't make it. So this is exactly the pull pattern that I use. Be aware that on landing here, doing one roll and then pulling is slightly better. Because of the fact that here it explodes, but you haven't grabbed yet anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. I just like it this way. Feel free to keep it this way. I always try to go a little left here. It gives me a better camera angle to get this, and then here target the chest. Very good. This is 3 rolls. All right. This movement here, after this roll, is something you could, if you want to speed up your fire tempo, it's here. Like now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It was 5 rolls in the perfect world. Here you're gonna ESS left when you could actually step left quite a bit, which is the interest of the setup we're using. Yeah, shield turn, whatever you want. Or if you want to stick to the ESS, then hold ESS during the climb animation to make sure it starts as fast as possible. So I never realized how nuanced literally every single slight movement is. Yeah, it is. So in this room, there's a funny thing. So the camera is 50-50, as in most doors that you open, and you get a right side camera, which is the unlucky one. On the right side camera, you need to be slightly upper than the up left notch, which sucks. But if you get the other camera, the left side camera, then you can notch the first roll and it goes so sharp on the corner. It's so good. So here you're getting unlucky. And your flick was wrong. What was your flick? I think you flicked left instead of up left. Yeah, you flicked left. That's awkward. But anyway, seems like you know what to do. Okay. All right. And no big deal on this. This room is really hard to do fast. It's a good room to like put in some work in fire tempo if you want to. But yeah, you should know your rolls a little better here. It was a 3 movement before that ladder. And at the top of this ladder, there's a huge quick regrab. You can use top of hat and the little dots that are here on the left. As soon as you see the hat being on top, like over that third dot, 1, 2, 3, then you can press A and hold down and you'll immediately grab the very top. So here you see how your camera is looking to the right of the door. If you jump straight up and then DI to the left a little bit to get like, you know, like some kind of a jump that was going there, and then you move it a little bit like that, then you get the jump without jump slash. Somehow what you did was have that camera, but you went the other way. You went there and then DI'd a little there, which is the secret technique to get this jump to not have to jump slash. All right, what we doing here? Side hop and move straight up. Recoil, that's fine. Okay, it's fine to do your rolls like that. Those were good rolls. In this corridor, since you know that there's not enough room for 5 rolls and you want to space 4, make sure you don't rush them, which is what you did here, and it's very good. You could have spaced them a tiny bit more and take advantage of the fact that you have to space your rolls to correct your trajectory. Your trajectory here is slightly too far on the right. I'd like to see a little readjust being attempted between stuff. You attempted it after the second one. Okay. My bad. Good corridor. Good corridor. Okay, so how do we back this up? We're going here. We're going here. You have to know, if you back this up after a Hess and stand on the left, even if you stand on the right, there's a keys coming at you. No matter what, there is a keys coming at you. And here it comes off as a surprise. It would have killed you. If it didn't lose aggro like a meter away from you, it would have killed you immediately. So you should know that there's a keys. That's why when I see you like rushing past the boulder here, I know you're not gonna make it before this one is gone from there. So here, what I would do is not cross right now, take care of the keys, and then cross once this boulder is going that way. So you do have time. That's the end word of the story, is that you did have time here and you didn't really take it. Okay, first one is a flick left, or like a 90 degrees. This one, if you go left, it's RNG. Your flick left was wrong, so we're gonna see you spacing away slightly from the wall. So this is a no-go. You'll get bashed out, just like this. Very good reaction to be holding the joystick so that the fire stops. If you want a guaranteed here every time, it's 1 ESS away from parallel. So you turn left, and then you do 1 ESS left, and it's guaranteed no hit. Okay, I probably told you, but here, if you just walk and scratch in there, the camera is a given by... I don't think I've pressed... If you line up correctly, it's not RNG. Yeah, but then you have to line up to a precise spot or some shit like that. The camera will place itself, so please don't target this and flick right. Just run, slide against the wall here and get damaged. But you did it quick overall, so that's good. No big deal. So that was my... This stab is one of my most secret techniques that nobody ever asks about, nobody copies, and it's so good. But do 2 stabs. It's slightly safer. It's so good. For this one, the next one, a stab is not necessarily the ideal thing. If you want to do a stab, then go to its right. Stab is on your left, and you want to pick it up when you break the pot. So you want the pot to be on your left. Sorry, the alarm clock is new, and I don't know how to set the alarm, and it just started. Okay, so on this one, if you want to stab, go to the right, but I don't think stab is a good option. I think the good option here is up plus B without target, so just a forward slash, because it moves Link's body forward while breaking the pot, which gives you more chances of collecting it, and you can start this from further away. So it just feels better. And then the other thing is that you don't really need to pick up the pot fast. You want to break it fast, because if you know the next movement well enough, you know that as soon as it breaks, you pull, and even if the drop goes somewhere, you have time to just collect the drop and then go walk to the door. So let's look at this. See, there was like a good 2-3 seconds here waiting, so don't hesitate. As soon as the pot is broken, pull, and you'll take care of collecting, and you'll have time. Okay, so I know what's gonna happen. You're gonna shoot too late, and but it's very good. It's crazy good that you learned that. This is something that like high level and top tier speedrunners don't do when it saves so much. So very smart of you to have noticed that some people do this. We discovered that with Axel during a practice session on Discord, and basically you want a cue in his movement to start shooting, and the cue is right now when it starts to slowly come up. So right now you should be shooting, so that the hook shot will travel while the ball is coming in, and they'll join at the same place, and bam, and you just hook it so early. Right now this was this was a little too slow. Yeah, you waited for it to be completely up. The idea is that you want to shoot earlier than anyone else. Very good positioning. Was just gonna pan the camera down. It makes you safe from anything, and it even saves some time for some reason that nobody knows. Okay, safe way to collect the bomb. I like that. You're just playing it cool, humble. You're basically shooting like, okay, so I have something to say about this room. Okay, I didn't know his hitbox would be active. Yeah, so it's not necessarily that the hitbox is active, but let's say this is the flare dancer body, and then the flare dancers on top of that, right? It has a motion like this, and then it becomes ready here, right? I don't think you can shoot it before it's ready here, but the thing is, your hookshot takes like a bunch of frames to travel to there. So you can start shooting when it's here and they'll meet up. That's what we're doing. We're not shooting like over there trying to catch it at the beginning. We're trying to have the hookshot be already there when it barely arrives. Instead of what I usually see is people reacting to seeing the flare dancer ready and then they shoot. What you want is just be one step ahead and be like, I know when it's going to be ready, so I'm going to shoot a bit before. Oh, okay, my bad. Okay, this room is a logical mistake. Because this room, if you think about it, okay, let's watch it. So you place a bomb close to the crystal, and then you go climb, and then the crystal cutscene happens while you're climbing, which lets you climb all the way to the top, but then doesn't let you move any further. So right now, you're done climbing, and there was no reason to rush to the climbing area, right? Which you didn't really rush to. But if we think about it, what is going to make this room fast or not is when do we activate the crystal? Because the end of the cutscene, no matter what, we're all going to be at the same place. So who starts the cutscene first wins. How do you start the cutscene first? You pull the bomb first, but not only. Not only. Because the bomb hitbox grows frame by frame. So there's two things you want to focus on in this room. The first thing is pulling the bomb extremely early. And the second thing is to take your time to drop it as close as possible to the crystal before going to grab the ladder. That's what's going to make this room fast. If I were to just eyeball something, but this is pretty far from the crystal, and I think you're losing around 5 frames for just the explosion to hit the crystal compared to a close bomb. It might seem stupid to just nitpick for 5 frames, but this is like, it's not free, but it's a very doable 5 frame. So what I do is I pull and flick right, target, and then I walk very close to the stuff and drop, and then just walk around and grab. You have plenty of time to grab. So yeah, that's the main focus. Because you see, you're already there when it hits. Oh, by the way, we could check this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and this is the cutscene. 7, 8. The black bars happened on frame 8. So yeah, really late. Okay, that's really cute. This is another example of like you don't trust your gain control angle and you don't lock it with a roll. What do you want to do here? You want to go slightly right of the up notch and you want to roll. So just trust yourself, okay? Even if you get a really wrong upright, you will not jump off. So get a little bit of a righter than up and then go for the roll. Trust the roll. If it sucks, then it's funny and you can just climb and stuff like that. But here is a full second, if not 2 seconds of time loss to grabbing this for a 3-frame time save of doing the side hops afterwards. But I have to agree the Zoodoo side hops are really cool. So it's tempting to privilege them. Something that is usually overlooked here on this strat and that I see a lot, I've seen it here, is that so this is your A press 1 2 3 4 5 4 5. You get feet on the ground really quickly after pressing A. And yeah, start side hopping quickly because basically that sidewalk lost most of the time save of the side hops. It's not a big deal because it's nice to just get used to doing the correct thing and that's what you're doing. But yeah, when you drop, be ready for a quick first side hop. Boom. Gain control angle. You should be holding up left and mashing a roll here. Holding up is madness. But it's okay. But you see, gain control joystick angles is probably one of your lab priority. Oh, you thought you were gonna be in the air and you had to DI, so you went full left. No. Okay, so that's good. And that's a very good roll. Let's go back and explain why it's such a good roll. Because before arriving to the roll, you're not moving your stick angle. You're like, okay, this is panning slowly to a right turn, slightly less than the notch, which is what we want. And then I wait to see that Lynx has the good angle, and then I press A. It's calm, it's steady, it's consistent. This is really good. You want to have the same kind of control for all of the turns. If they feel wrong, just don't go for it. You see, this is the reason why your next one sucked. It's because you had no time between your gain control and your A press to adjust what was going on. And that's why it went so wrong. Oh my days. It wiggled. It wiggled. You're holding notch up left, which would make you jump here. With the speed, maybe over there. That might be a wiggle because that is full left. But you were still holding something very close to this. And yeah. Okay, so that's wiggle. And then this doesn't kill you. That is crazy. Oh my god. Just don't even roll when you're backing up that shit. Okay. You know the strat for this key, so you just hold R while mashing the text and it will pull the. Oh no, you didn't know. Damn, that was scary. So this Hess is really good. The only thing is this is where you pull. So 38, 56, 10. So you lost around 3 seconds to this pull. It's quite a bit, but I can understand that you take those 3 seconds for yourself. But yeah, but there's a little bit of room here, and since this Hess is so particular, you could just, like, you know, when you practice it, try to practice it and pull when you land on the ground, you know, like slowly pull earlier. It's not gonna change much to what you're saying. I'm a Hess noob. It's not gonna change all that much. Something I notice is that you hold down before pressing shields, which makes you backwalk with the bomb before shielding the bomb. You want to correct that as soon as possible. That is not a good habit to have. If you're ever in a tight area, which you kind of are right now, then it's going to be complex. Then it's going to throw off like how far you backwalk. Because depending on when you shield during your acceleration, you'll have a different speed, which will require a different amount of frames of holding down to space correctly. This is gonna be a lot, so try to make sure that you actually shield a bit earlier, even if it's not exactly together. Here we can clearly see like 4 or 5 steps before shielding the bomb, which brings the bomb backward with you. It's very scary. Look at this. Not moving and then moving. Hold up here. Make sure you hold up. This is one of the easiest time save in this run, is just, yeah, hold up. It will jump and then you can pause during the jump, but I'm sure you know that. Okay, for Volvagia, before we watch it, I mostly feel like you're a little brutal on the joystick. We're gonna see like steps, abrupt steps. When you're getting close to the place where you want to drop the bomb, walk slowly. Walk with some kind of an ESS something, you know, like just to, like ding, ding, ding. Okay, I'm in a good spot. Boom, shield. So just try to make it feel easier, just more comfy, more soft. Just have the soft. The OT is about the soft touch. See, this was flicks. If your last flick was 1 frame further, you were dead from magma or some shit like that. This is incredibly scary. It's too stressful to take my time. Well, do it in practice where you don't care about dying. I'm actually a 133 noob. Is there any special timing? Yes. Yes, I'll give you the timing right now as we watch this. So pulling the first one as soon as you stab is good for the first stab. If you were on the last 3 rows, you would change that. Oh my god, Arco, thank you for the bits. I appreciate that, buddy. So what I was saying is stab and pull bomb immediately if you're on the close ones. If you're very far away, there'll be 1 roll before pulling, which will change the rest. If you've been stabbing and then pulling immediately, then you want to pull the next bomb just before the one explodes. Okay, so that was pretty good, and that was pretty good but a little late. The thing is, it won't hurt you to be late, but it'll give you less time to react to where it's gonna be. For example, if this one is at the very further east, then you'll have less time to organize this placement before having to rush there. This was not an angle in which you wanted to roll once before pull, but I can understand it's slightly safer. The last set you can rush the bombs, so when they start flashing fast, you can just go and give the drop. Now, yeah, that was good. But you could have pulled immediately. Now, this is one of your biggest mistake here, is that after placing the last bomb, there's no fire on the troll hole, and you're walking towards the camera. You don't want to do that. You always want, after the last bomb, you want to walk somewhere around, you know, like usually I try to go over there so that I can react to most spots fast. Right now, if it were like one of the very far ones, like especially top left, you would probably get clawed. But overall, it wasn't bad. Just to come back on the first set of 3, the first set of 3, you know how you pull just before it explodes? If you had to go stab very far away in the arena, then you had to roll once before pulling, correct? That means you're late. So you can quicken a little bit the first 3 if you've been stabbing further. You know what I mean? Yo, Saint Nicholas, thank you for the raid. I don't know if it's gonna be the best content for you guys to rate, but welcome in, welcome in. What's up, Garg? So yeah, so that's a little bit how you want to organize this. It's a Nocturne RTA enjoyer? Hell yeah. Damn. Welcome in, guys. Okay, so we just got done with talking about Volvagia, and we're approaching the end of the run. Okay, this is down, drop your bugs. When you see them coming back, you go for it. A little slow on clearing that cutscene. That So catching bugs, I think, is the same as grabbing a small key. So the box will pop, then shrink to its normal size, then press B once to quicken the text, then press A once or B again. But it's a double tap once the box is ready. Always go slow here to avoid a slash, then press A. A won't slash. Now that I know the quick exit, it should be faster. Okay, sweet. Then here's Fire to Forest, and it's textbook, really clean, very good. Not much to say about it. Damn, you're 3 minutes ahead, heart is pumping. Okay, not bad, but I don't like the fact that you wait to react here. Like, hold up and mash A for the first roll. But it's not huge. But I would hold up and just mash A. It's gonna be the same at the end of the day. Are you gonna backlog here? Nice. Okay, from this backflip, like from this position, take a little time to do this BK skip someday. Just 5-10 minutes, 15 minutes. Just to do it a little faster. Because right now, you're going to be waiting between each step. And it's not what you want to do. Because you're better than that. So this is going to be a little slow. Like this was too long between each step. There's a, I don't know, 5-10 seconds to save on this. And they're gonna be easy to grab because it's not much work for you and it's gonna be big reward during runs. And then here I have some questions about your double hit strategy. I have questions. I don't understand if you try to do the setup that I do. You do the jump slash setup for Wally's technique. And you go into C up, which is extremely slow. It is painfully slow. When you're at PG, you want to flick. C up, not on purpose. Even hook shot, you know, like the first person turning around is only if you have ISG, because ISG puts the bars and shrinks your field of view. Maybe. But yeah, it's only if you have ISG that you want to do such thing. But if you don't have ISG yet, which is the case for the 2 first stuns usually, then you want to just, you do flick target, and within 4 of those you have circled the entire arena. Right now what has happened is that you use that super awkward C up that takes forever to give you the correct information, and by the time you get the information it's way late. And somehow you get a double hit here. I can't believe you're actually getting this. This is the luckiest thing in this entire run, is that you got this double hit. Yeah, GG's, honestly, crazy shit. Sick. I used your fairy cue, but I was so rushed here. Oh, really? Okay, okay. Yeah, you were freaking out, but you were still like in control. That's cool. Let me see your inputs during ISG. It's also funny that you tried to like walk away as if the bomb was gonna damage you or something. It's like that's why you pulled the bomb. You wanted to get damaged. But hey, we're gonna put all of this on the account of stress, which is fine. I do third person look for PG here. Yeah. Yeah, you do it. And you also get lucky. That is crazy, man. That is crazy. So right now, how do I explain this? That's crazy. So this is the boss, and this is Link, right? And Link is looking towards there. The boss, we don't really care. If Link is looking towards there, then the hook shot is going to hit behind Link on the left. So something like there. You know what I mean? So you start by being in this situation. You start by being in this situation, and if you turn to the right, you know, like if you decide to look more to the right, then it's fine, because the hook shot is going to be panning over to here. But if you for some reason decide to look more to the left, then the hook shot gets to pan here, and it's going away from the boss, which is the first thing you do. And I find it so crazy. You over adjusted. There was no, like, you adjusted on the opposite side. You should have adjusted. There was no adjustment. See, you go left and then it stops hitting. And then you go back right and it resumes hitting, which is so crazy. It's so crazy, dude. But yeah, I just wanted to double check that you know the logic of that kind of stuff. Don't forget that you have the option to just walk forward. Okay? Since it's a circle, the circle is here and Link is here. If you just walk forward, at some point your behind left is going to be touching. You do not really need to flick. Flicking is nice, but it's not completely necessary or anything. You can just walk past, like walk slightly past, and it's nice. But yeah, your first position is perfect, and for some reason that was crazy. That was, honestly, this Phantom Ganon fight has been insane. You're so lucky you're not losing a minute here. But yeah, I've done this in practice a ton, so I'll keep it. Yeah, no worries. But yeah, it was slightly lucky. It feels really bad to kill runs on Forest Temple, but don't worry, like it will happen. I killed like My PB on N64, but at the time it was world record. Lost like 30 seconds to this fight, and it was like the biggest mistake. Oh yeah, I need to show you this. Okay, this is one of the last thing that I'm showing you, but I need to show you this because I don't think you understood the full extent of how cool this thing is. So Forest Temple, Gerudo Valley. Oh, I set up. Okay, it's down. So you hold down and you mash bottle. That's the stuff. Then you target and look at my angle. It's 0-0. That's what you want to go for. So that's from me, because nobody told me and I found it myself. Maybe I reinvented the wheel. Who cares? But it's super funny, a little thrilling stuff. So yeah, just hold down and mash bugs. That's a big one. Yeah, I agree with you. That's a big one. That's a really big one. And like, you don't need to change anything in what you do. Like, there's probably going to be more side hops to the right, but that's about it. And also something that I didn't like about your stuff and that I was really scared is that your second side hop is exactly where you drop the bugs. Bugs can push you. And it sucks. A lot. Yeah, kill your run walking in on the warp because a bug pushed you closer is really scary. If you side hop into the bugs and you feel like Ling has been pushed, then yeah. Not the funniest moments. First pause. I was here. I was watching that. First pause. Holy shit, that was tight. That's such a good cutscene skip. Such a good one. Yeah, it was perfect. I don't know if you have a cue for this, but for me, I watch, you see behind, you can see like the frame lifting over the game over. And I think that's my cue. Like I would be pressing A right now. Yeah. Because it happens like now, and so you'll react to this, and then human lag 150 ms, so 3 frames, 1, 2, and 1 for safety. And yeah, the right left can go really fast, like faster than this. Ah, man. I wish you had gotten an OI. It would have been so nice. Nice 14-second time save. Yo, Dark Attrition. Hello, hello. We're about to wrap up. Still fun to go for it? Yeah, if you're having fun going for it, just keep going for it. It's no big deal. You see the amount of time that you lost to resetting late? That's way over a second. That's probably 2 seconds, if not more. My internet is down and our dishwasher broke. Yo, happy Monday, buddy. What the fuck is going on? Yo, nice turnaround. 1, 2, oh. So, yeah, as a rappel, it's only 2 down. Can you feel the tension? Can you feel the tension in those Omega rushed rolls, and each of them is like 30-45 degrees away from the previous one? If we had a top-down view, it'd be like bam, 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 bam. But hey, that's all right. This, by the way, like, unforgivable. Not working on the most stressful part of the run, running alone without pulling the bomb fast. The speed of a Hess is always when do you pull the bomb for bomb hessing. So that I'm witnessing an abomination of a room compared to what I've witnessed before. This is not okay. And then more stress. And then here, don't even tell me you have any idea if you're gonna get the bridge or not. At this point, you don't know where you are. You probably don't know which hash frame you got. You have no idea how to react to this situation. And somehow, we're in there. How the fuck? How did you do that? Okay, so the way this works, and I'm gonna take an extra time to explain it to you because this is in your practice plan. Just so you know. OI, boom, boom, boom. Nocturne, Harrowfield Hess. There we go, and now I just need to show it to you guys. Okay. It's... oh. Second frame is don't do anything, I think. Second frame is change. Nah. Yeah, okay, this is the one. So it's flick. Once after the flick, it's pull and back walk. First frame needs a retarget. Second frame is don't move. And third frame is really rare. So this is second frame, it's don't move. Man, you think I can recognize Hess frames? You can. If you get first Hess frame, the camera doesn't move. If you get second Hess frame, it will do one ESS turn to the, like, it will do one ESS turn. Just look at it. Camera didn't move. So this was first frame. Camera moved twice, so this is third frame. This is second. Second again. We saw the camera move. So yeah, this is gonna be in your practice plan. So I just wanted to double check. I was doing that in Hundo, but it's been a while, and yeah, I brought that to Nocturne. Honestly, doing a Hess here, up to you. Super slide is usually the safe strat. Like people would just pull a bomb and then do a super slide, but I've never been good at backwalk super slide, so I just used the Hess. Alrighty, so we are at the final word. So after this, you get to the rest, and we're gonna have the cutscene play just to have some background stuff. But I'm gonna go to my notes, and I'm going to read my notes for child section strategy. Child section strategy, Cobeck. Sub 920 should be your best paces. Your very best paces with no mistakes, they're going to be around sub 920. You don't need to push to sub 9. Yes, you can do it. You will do it. It's going to be great, but don't worry about it. Anything under 945 is good, as in like, fuck yeah, we got a good run. Okay? Don't worry about those. And anything under 10, under 1010 is still a take. So yeah, I'm gonna read the notes. There shouldn't be too much variance in child section. Also, not too many resets besides corpse push. So don't feel bad about using a lot of buffers there. The rest is going to be solid and still give you good MS times. All right. So we want stuff to be clean and comfy everywhere, but we're not trying to speed up the big tricks, especially in the child section. We're not trying to speed up course push. Course push is not in the practice plan. Put a bunch of buffers. No big deal. Really, no big deal. You put tons of buffers? Hell yeah. If the trick works, that's what we want, because as soon as corpse push is done, we're basically guaranteed a master sword here. This way, you don't need course push in the practice plan. Optimizing pauses there is not priority at all. The practice plan will include 5 minutes of escape from backwalk and 5 minutes of dodge skip. At the beginning, do 4 or 5 sessions starting in the corner. Reload state once you're in the pause. Very important. Just farm, clip, and pause attempts. This is the main thing. Once you feel good, you can start doing your 5 minutes from a state that is in the backwalk just before the stairs, so that you include the little music that will go with your down roll, retargeting, side hop, walking a little backward, and then putting your motion. So that is for the child section. About the adult section strategy and the overall strategy of the run, holy shit, have I written a lot of stuff there. Just give me something. So what I said is, like, the adult segment has overall a very good pace. I think it's very good. Although the hessing is just not happening. It's not happening right now. It's barely happening. It's happening at the very end when it's honestly like, look at this shit. Like, come on, dude. You're so lucky you got this one. But it's cool, all right? The hessing is not happening. We're going to put it in the practice plan pretty heavily, but it doesn't mean that you should expect runs to succeed at the hessing, okay? Your next PBs, okay, to give you an idea, you could get a 47 or a 46 with failing 8 hesses out of 10. All right, so that's not really what we're looking for, but we still know that it's not happening, and it should at some point down the line. So we're going to put it in the practice plan. It's a long-term something. It's a little bit every day. It feels pretty good, and we need to get you like less pressured about it. So just having them done quite a bit should help in your confidence, and especially in angle changes. So bombs and chews with a quick reload state after it's initiated. I will have you practice a backwalk chew Hess, which is the one going to CAC. So both of your Hesses will be going to CAC, I believe. Oh no, your backwalk chew Hess is in Lon Lon. Yeah. It's in Lon Lon static. Without backwalking, I think is ideal at first. And you want your safe state to be just before 4th red flash. I'll give you a document that has all of that. So that's how you're gonna practice backwalk chew Hess. Then you'll also have 5 minutes of CAC Hess already Hessing. We talked about that. And then the last 5 minutes will be the backwalk bomb Hess I just showed you from market to CAC. Thank you. Okay, I'll quickly wrap the rest up. I promise. Overall tricks look very good for a 50-minute time. They look better than they should, honestly. They're basically ready for a 46 as they are. You don't even need to work on any of them. No need to over focus on these for now. And I think this is basically the phase that you're feeling. You know how like you start learning a run and you have all those big tricks that you need to be able to score so that you can go to the end of the run. Well, right now you've been putting way enough work on each of them and you probably have that feeling. So you're like, okay, but what do I do now? Okay, I'll do runs. And then I get a good runs in which most of them don't fail. What do I do now? And that's why it was really important that we have this little review or coaching, because otherwise you could think like, oh, I got to get my tricks even faster. Tragic mistake. Or I need to reduce the amount of pauses. Tragic mistake. You have a lot of other fun shit to do, which is decide where you want to roll, where you don't want to roll, which patterns you want to use, how do you back up this and that. And you're going to be able to just farm more runs. But please don't move forward with the tricks. This would be the biggest mistake in my eyes. And it's the biggest trap for the low intermediate level of gameplay, mid intermediate. When people want to move forward, they usually allocate their efforts in the wrong way. So I hope that this session is going to help you here. Okay, the work to do on adult segment is going back to the lab, the roll lab mostly, I'm reading. Many areas require 5-10 minutes labbing to figure out how to move efficiently, and it's not even figure out as if like there is one correct decision. It's just decide. You're a very smart guy, I know it for a fact, so just take time to just decide what you want to do with the roles that will lead to a setup, the roles that will lead to a trick. Because right now you're very good at the trick, but it's always on your way there that it's kind of wiggly in a very cute way, which is completely normal because the phase you've been going through was farming the tricks. So right now it's going to be time to just slight polish, no overwork, no frame perfect shit, no side hopping everywhere, but it's just going to be deciding comfy movements. Okay, trajectories are often a bit off and usually the gain control angle doesn't look good. The gain control angle is going to be the decision that you can just like over and over try to think about it. Sometimes you'll do runs and then you'll have a bad gain control and you'll probably start realizing it because we've been talking about it much. These mini things are very quick to lab. No need to go for optimal. Just find whatever you want to do and be aware of it as much as possible. So when you do something, try to think like, does that move the camera? Do I need to be careful of this? What if I overdo that part? What if I overdo this part? Just try to be comfortable with whatever decision you take. Try to check your surroundings. What am I surrounded with? What if I fell right, left, straight, behind? All of that. Go light on the rolls and light on the target presses. There's something that I mostly forgot to show you, but You have a tendency to target quite a bit, and especially target outside of roles, which blocks link is going to be completely stopped, and you even have to release your input, because like if you do up left and then target, you have to release so that then you don't go up left immediately after with the camera spinning or shit like that. So try to target during rolls and remove a lot of targets. Just have the camera just flow with you. It's more consistent. It's always going to be pushed by the same walls. It's always going to behave the same way. So try to see when you take your decision, where can I remove a target press? And you will feel that your movement is a lot more comfortable, and it will be a shit ton more fluid. So that's good. A couple of setups and ideas we'll be giving during stream, which will be very nice time saves and extremely low effort. So that's what you should try to remember from this session. Don't see this session as I'm giving you a mountain of things to do, but as in like I give you a bunch of 5 free seconds. So that's cool. Finishing words. Overall, the progress are very good for bro. Honestly, like you haven't been playing for a very long time. You're a very good player. So fuck yeah, dude. Like the progress is insane. Tricks look understood and are succeeding quite a lot. I mean, we're watching PB, so of course they are. I think you just got done putting effort into tricks. Now it's going to be time to be patient and steady with the practice plan. The practice plan is going to bring you that reliability that is going to make running more fun. That's what I focused on. I believe that in your situation, I would lack motivation because I go against a pretty good run in which I'm going to be trying to beat it with a bunch of better rolls with better trajectories. That's horrible. Nobody wants that. So if you get some consistency in the stuff that are in the practice plan, then you should be enjoying the runs, and you should be a lot more curious about like how many hesses can I land today. So that's going to be very interesting. The ones that need time to mature and get consistent at, so all of the hessing mostly. I believe the practice plan is the priority. The practice plan is the priority right now. Okay, if I were you, I would make it my priority. I don't have much time to play. I do one exercise of the practice plan. I have a little bit of time to play, but I'm not sure I want to do runs. I do the practice plan. If I want to lab some shit because Arthur told me my movement sucks in most of the run, first I do the practice plan, then I go into labbing. So what I would, like do if I were you after this coaching session would be do the practice plan, make correct save states, maybe make a folder that's called practice plan, and so that you're efficient at doing it, and making little efforts towards having that kind of stuff really clean, like your save state really clean, will help motivation to do it. So don't hesitate to do that. And once you're done with the practice plan and doing the practice plan, then skip runs for one session. I would say not more than one session. Honestly, you don't need to skip for 2. And instead of doing runs, do a couple of hours of rewatching the coaching session. Where did I tell you this and this? You can try to go in blind. You can try to just go through the run on GZ and see what you remember. And then the night after or the day later, you just rewatch this coaching session and check what you forgot and stuff like that. But it will just help you that you try for yourself, then get back to what I said, and try for yourself again, get back to what I say. Try to do back and forth on these little movement stuff, because it's like a quick rap song. You can't get all the lyrics the first time you hear it. There's some cool and funny shit you're gonna skip, and on the 3rd or 4th time you listen to it, you'll be like, oh damn, that's funny. So a little bit of the same thing here. All right. after that lab, you're good to go for practice then runs, just like I do. I don't exactly know how your session or organized and how much time you have. Don't feel bad if you play once a week or once every 2 weeks. No big deal. Just keep up with the practice plan. When you play, do the practice plan. It's kind of important. The only thing that could make you skip the practice plan is if you feel like this is what makes you not want to play. You know, it's jeopardizing your motivation to play, to have to do those exercises. All right. And once again, don't hesitate. If you just want to play 5 minutes one day, pick just one of the exercises. You know what I mean? Pick one stuff or pick another Hess in the run and just do it for 5 minutes, and then you can turn off the console and you just played OT for a bit. So the practice plan, how does it look? So it's 5 minutes of escape from backwalk. I can show you my notes real quick. Whoa. Cobeck, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs to the channel. Reno, Tal's welcome, Paintscape, Chris Hug, Tease Penguin, and the Bari, welcome everyone. And enjoy the lack of ads for 30 full days. Thank you for the session. Hey, no worries. I'll send you this thing. Those are all my notes by segment: Watermed, Enter Water, Bolero, where you will find like a very, very shortened version of what I told you. And this is your practice plan. So it's just 5 things of 5 minutes. I try to go a little light. You have a full-time job, you have a partner, you have a dog and stuff like this. So I can't give you a practice plan that takes an hour and a half to do. I'm trying to be conscious of this. So 5 minutes, escape from backwalk. This is made so that you are more consistently, so that you reduce the variance of your escapes to something like, yeah, I always have 5-10 seconds variance. You know what I mean? No more 150 escapes. This has to go away. And then it's not motivating for you to keep playing with a shit escape. So having correct escapes, because you know that the actual clip at the end is good, is going to help motivation, and it's really nice. You're going to start golding the escape a lot and feeling confident about your Lost Woods and going ham on Kokiri Forest. That's going to be tight. The next thing is dot skip. You have the little things that I precised, but yeah, dot skip 5 minutes. Dot skip is what gives you the master sword. It's 30 seconds of time loss if you void out by falling. It just feels really bad to lose the angle, as it happened in your PB, and it's just convert your child section into what you were saying it was going to be when you picked up the shield. You know, when you see your chew time, you associate it with a potential master sword time. Get it. Converting child sections and not losing 30 seconds to them is not necessary, but it's just motivating. It's just motivating because you know your master sword time, you know everyone else's master sword time, and that is gonna give you like more tools to make it lower, less variance, get more runs to the adult section, and sometimes get lucky and score. And that's also fun, you know. It's very ego, but it's also fun to, you know, put in a score. After that, we're going into adult stuff, and all of them are hessing because I believe that is the focus. I don't think you should farm any of the tricks 5 minutes a day. It would be really awkward, and the closest thing to this would be Bolero skip, but as I told you, it's mostly a knowledge check, not really needed to go crazy on it. So 5 minutes of backwalk chew hess. Safe state just before 4th red flash. The chew takes a long time to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the idea is the 1, 2, 3, 4 is killing our productivity in terms of practicing. So you want it just before 4 and then 5, 6, 7 action. So every time you reload the state, it's 4, 5, 6, 7 action. And you get more into the action, more into the rhythm. It's quicker to retry, and there's less stress about each attempt. 5 minutes of this should get you used to mostly delaying shield, and A is going to be the key. Once you get this, you're honestly golden. At first, practice standing still. Because what you're going to do in a backwalk is just stand still at the very last moment. So at the beginning, stand still, delay rolling, and you're going to get it really quickly. After this, 5 minutes of CAC Hess already hessing. The idea here is to spam angle changes. Right, left, right, left, right, left. Timed adjust. One of them fucked up. I need to adjust. Boom, boom, boom. It should be no problem in a few months for you to do right left angle changes. You should be confident, and when one drop, which will happen, it should be a surprise. It should be like, oh shit, I dropped. That's the Hess after graveyard. That is correct. The Hess after graveyard. And have a safe state like near Anju. So that the next thing you do is just you're going straight to the next set of stairs, and you'll have a right turn to do, and then a left turn, and then a right turn, and then a left turn. And I want you to not go cheap on the angle changes. As soon as you start feeling comfy, try to tighten your last trajectories, because very further down the line, you'll see that 2 successful tries of CAC Hess can have 2 seconds of difference, or at least 1 full second, and it's huge. It's a lot of time. It sucks. That is because of Hessing trajectories, but that's a lot further. So that's cool. And then the last 5 minutes, backwalk bump Hess from market to CAC. It's really nice to have in your practice plan your last fucking thing to do, because then you're way less stressed. You're gonna arrive there with tons of pressure. So if this is something you do every day, 5 minutes is just very reassuring. I've had this recently with Deku being the last dungeon, and I believe this should help both confidence and backwalk Hessing with a bomb, which is being used quite a bit in this run. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It really helps. Like, you arrive there and you're just like, yeah, it's fine. I'm doing this, and you're more confident. So that's sick. Cool. That's all I had to say. I hope it was a good coaching. I think it was too long. Yeah. We're at hour number 6, so it's been at least 4 hours I've been talking about this run. The run lasts 50 minutes. 40 minutes of gameplay, so I think I fucked up a bit. That was very long. Go for dinner. I'm sorry I held you for so long. This was pretty fun for me. I like doing those, but I don't like doing them too often, so that's cool.